Hello! How we doing today, chat? Absolutely no technical difficulties happened in the lead up to this stream either. Totally. Everything was good. It was a very smooth experience. So, how we doing? Hey, Adolphus! Lore, you say? Yes, lore. We always talk about lore on this episode of Loki's lore play of Dark Souls. Although I can't say Prepare to Die edition, because apparently YouTube no longer recognizes that as a category of game. I don't know why, but whatever. Hey, Scanty! Happy holidays! Yeah, Merry Christmas to you too. I'm super excited to get this over with today. It's been really tight on the schedule, admittedly. You know, Christmas Eve and all. I've been kind of, actually, I still have my lunch right here in front of me. I haven't finished eating, so yeah, we gotta do that while we do all this. So, bear with me, I may be quiet a few times because I'm chewing. So, as we can see here, Oswald's still doing his Oswald things. We'll be talking a little bit more about Velka, hopefully, in the stream ahead. And, well, look at what we got here. We got a giant castle to go through. Sen's Old Castle, or Sen's Fortress as the localization calls it. And then onward to Anolondo, the giant castle on the mountain. The castle with which this undead burg, or again, the undead town below the castle, is situated in relation to. Then let's go! Gotta go all the way down, see Andre, talk to him about divine blacksmiths and all that. As we got ourselves another ember while we were down in the Tomb of the Giants. We got something to show him. Oh, right. I can look at my HUD again. Oh. I'm trying to eat here. Woo. Listen. Let me eat. Oh. Range! There we go. Oh! Now again, recall that the parish was built right next, controller. Calm down. Whoa. My controller's having a little bit of a tizzy. It really wants to hit things. I get you. There we go. There we go. Anyway, as I was saying, recall that the parish was built in relation to Sen's Fortress. The idea being, as we can see, from the laurel wreaths on the front door to the statues of women in helms with holding up holy fire. This notion that all this is to lead up for undead warriors to challenge Sen's Fortress after ringing the bells of awakening. One of which is housed here, another is all the way down there, giving you a challenge of which you have to travel to both bells, deal with the trials there. Now, as we can see, the trial currently, quote-unquote, is Quelagged, or was Quelagged before we killed her. Whatever trial was there, maybe there were more gargoyles or something set up, but clearly they were taken out and removed when Quelaag and the Fair Lady moved in with the demons, so that's done. Instead, as we can see, before the Burg hit Civil War, there was this bell here, managed by the gargoyles who we took out. The tail weapon we have, of course, sort of spoils the game and tells us that they also patrol Anolondo. We'll talk more about that if we get there. But, again, foreshadowing what we're going up ahead for, we'll be receiving a revelation from Guinevere, whose birth, of course, was a boon to so many. And so we see animals and men alike all giving thanks and offerings of looking up to her. Nature imagery surrounding the sword of war for the many blessings she bestows warriors. All of it to give us this idea that this is who all undead are fighting to go see up in the city of the gods. And we are no different. Let me double check to make sure my thing is working. Yep, okay. Mic is alive. Now Andre down here is still hammering away as he always does. Oh shit, I want to go to the other chat. 1 second. Andre time! Yep, that then's Andre time. There we go.
Oh my, what a brilliant ember you have there. I've only heard legends of such specimens. The embers used for the secret rites of divine blacksmiths. Perhaps you could lend it to me. I've long dreamed of forging divine weapons.
Now again, Andre is from Astora, which proves to be a particularly religious nation with a huge wave white influence. So he's familiar with the regular clergy embers, but he's only ever heard rumors or stories secondhand about the more powerful versions which are used in these secret rites by cleric blacksmiths. So he's very excited to get his hands on one of these.
Splendid.
I gotta ask, who's your favorite soulsmith? Ooh.
Andre of Astora. Never
Probably Andre. I don't know, I just like him and he's a classic. Vamos is a close second, though. I like how Vamos is just kind of pissed that I keep bothering him to get stuff done, and he's just like, okay, if I do this, you'll leave, right? Like, the sooner you get out of my hair, the better. I'll do whatever you want. Just go. Stop bothering me.
I know little.
Oh.
Those who get.
My man, talk about the forest. I think we need...
Oi, where are you off to?
Oh, sorry, man.
What's going on with you, eh? I thought you had gone hollow there.
Again, when we act weird, characters kind of assume, hey, we were always scared you're kind of going hollow, right? You're going a little cuckoo. So, we get the idea that hollowing could just happen. It doesn't necessarily have to be you die. As we talked about in past streams, this is tied to your willpower. Your ability to hang on, to persist with living. It's not just when you die and you lose, obviously, your soul relinquishes control of your body. There's also a time when you, on an emotional level, give up and no longer try to do anything of substance with your life. So, Crestfallen Warrior, for example, he's just slowly waiting to go hollow. He's heartbroken, he can't go on, he doesn't have the will to, so he's just letting his soul get slowly eaten away by his curse.
What are we saying in there? Be careful.
While heroes like ourselves, we fight to the bitter end. Baldwin, best smith. Baldwin's pretty good, too. Ed and Baldwin are a good pair, I think, together. Alright. We challenge the castle. Now again, we can see how there are these snake men guarding the area. We will, of course, later find them in the Duke's archive. Oh, okay. That didn't go as planned. This range is a bit of a problem. This range is not ideal. They can outrange me, chat. I'll be honest, I'm kind of surprised that didn't hit you, too, but okay. Dang, you got poise. I forgot. It's this game. And as you can see, the snake men are currently... Oh. There we are. They're currently, making their way around the place. We learned that they actually capture the heroes who try to challenge Zen's fortress and lock them up in their cages to be sent elsewhere. And we, of course, will learn that place is the Duke's Archives. Now, again, notice how as soon as we enter the area, we find all these pots in the entryway. I've talked about previously, the idea of using pots, especially with this variety of different kinds of pots, to indicate activity, motion. You use pots to put things inside them, store them, move them around for transport, try to trade them around. So we get this idea that a lot of stuff was happening in this entryway. That this was a place where many people would come through and have goods coming in and or out, being examined, looking through, that sort of thing. As we can see here on the side, we get these welcoming arms of who we'll discover are the Silver Knights of Anor Londo, as seen in the cinematic. Now, they have this little robe at the bottom here, which we don't see reflected in later games, or even in this game, as far as the actual Silver Knights are concerned. So again, I wouldn't pay too close attention to this. Seems to be an artistic license thing. But okay, you get the idea? Okay. Sen's Fortress, located right at the entrance to Anor Londo, blocks your way. So this castle clearly served as a kind of border outpost to kind of deal with immigration. People coming in, people coming out. Again, we can see this how it's directly connected to the old church in Ulasil. So if you want to become a servant of the gods in Ulasil, you're like, you know what? I'm not about that sorcery life. I'm really into the miracle scene. I'm gonna go serve and become a priest to one of the gods. Well, you gotta go through border patrol. Make sure that you're not secretly a heretic! Oh! Well, that's... Well... Woo! That was close. I can't believe I survived that fall. But as we can see, if we fall down into the tar pits, we find ourselves having to deal with more Titanite demons. Now, as mentioned in a previous stream, someone had asked why those Titanite demons are there. That we have the idea, as we'll get into Anor Londo, that the gods captured some of the demons and didn't just kill them all, because naturally most of them appeared in Anor Londo, where the blacksmith god was, and therefore most of the slabs were. I mean, these are the slabs that forged the gods' legendary weapons. Imagine trying to live. Yeah, I know. I mean, clearly I didn't. I just jumped off like an idiot. Again, as we can see, this border outpost has these little added metal bits here. Little traps, as it were. These were likely later renovations for the purposes of the mission. Compared to, of course, this mostly stone architecture. A clearly antiquated design. Yeah, fall to your death. Oh, he's still alive. I guess enemies get decent fall damage too, huh? Alright. As we can see, it's not just the regular snake men. We also see these cobra variants. These boys shoot lightning. Now, here's the funny thing. The lightning they shoot isn't quote-unquote true lightning in terms of damage. It actually does magic damage. So it's not actually lightning in the truest sense as we'll see in Anor Londo. So we get this sense instead that's the idea of lightning being filtered through the magic damage variety, which as we see is typically expressed in sorcery. So you get the idea that this is lightning sorcery, as it were. Which makes sense given the way they use their swords as the catalyst. Snake men problems. Yep. That's about right. I got screwed up by that guy's freaking cast the first time. Darn. Oh well. Sorry about that. Like I said, I'm trying to eat. Ah, dang it, I did it too early. Well, that sucks. Oh, that one didn't come. course. Oh, now you come. Oh, I hate how this thing keeps adding stuff to my hotbar. It's like, I get it, it's a hotbar, but can it like cool down a little? Oh, what are you doing? Now, snake men have this strange habit in these games of getting weapons that best resemble them, so they prefer curved swords, undulating swords, that type of stuff. Whips, even. Anything that sort of reminds them of their serpentine form. We can also see the way they're dressed, that they're very tribal in nature. Simple clothes, some jewelry, that sort of thing. They're more so, again, a primitive culture associated with animals than, say, civilized, sophisticated men in their urban centers. This, of course, seems to be reflective of the fact that they have a artificial origin. Again, they are found in the Duke's archives, and so the indication is they are one of Cease creations, an artificial dragon descendant, as it were, since, as we established in past stream, the snakes are distant descendants of dragons. Failures to actually be proper dragons, even like the distant wyverns or hydras, as best exemplified by the hydras. Hydras got a scale, but not much else. Whoop. I wonder why they cut the snake men's in Demon Souls. If I had to guess, it's because they cut the northern limit. As soon as that area stopped existing, it was like, well, where are we gonna put these guys? No idea. So they're just like, okay, we'll just cut this all that. Which is a shame. I would have liked to see snake men shooting me through the snowy mountains after... Because think of it this way, Vince. How cool would it be if you saw a bunch of white wolves through the thick snowstorm coming at you, but they all have the arrows and stuff, and you're like, okay, what shot them? And then, like, you keep going a little further, and you see the snake men with their bow and arrows, like, at you. Like, oh, that would have been so cool. That would have been such a cool moment. But, well, didn't happen. Go on. Oh. There we go. They're used in every test map, too. That's a good idea. Exactly, that's what I think the original concept was, right? You have the white wolves with clearly made for a snow area, with the arrows in them, and then you just place them, just like as the first enemy you fight as you first head into the snowstorm, and then just a little bit further in, when you get closer to those city ruins, you get the snake men. That would have been the coolest idea, but nope. Final lore is, well, the northern land's already fallen. It's like, well, that sucks. But oh well, that's development. I'm gonna take another bite of my food while I enjoy watching this guy try to hit me. Again, see the undulating sword. So did Gwyn just burn his hand and was like, you want to put an entire species to the sword? Curious as to what qualified for a soul to be a lord, especially in Primordial Flame. So, okay, as I've said in past streams, it wasn't that they found the souls of lords or the lord souls, the king souls, within the flame. They found it near the flame, like what Quelana says in her dialogue. It wasn't within the flame. It was nearby, around it, in the vicinity. The idea being is when disparity first, came to exist and burst with fire coming into existence. The largest residue of that disparity, the largest concentrations of it, were around in the immediate vicinity of the flame from which it burst forth. These four Lord Souls, each aligned with a different aspect of disparity, as we see from their individual lords and where they develop with it. Each of them found that near the flame as they were attracted to it. They were so captivated, as the Japanese tells us. So there's the idea of being captivated and drawn toward it, almost unconsciously. And so, because of that, they were like, oh, look at this giant soul thing I found they stumbled upon as they're going near. And then because of that, there is the entire thing as to, okay, they found a large concentration of power and they could use it in order to dominate over others. That's what makes them a king, the ability to control others through overwhelming power. That's the idea of kingship that's sort of brought in. Dark Souls 2 obviously expands on this, on what makes a king. Well, it's a person who's able to control the entire world, right? Because that's the truest sense of a king, a man who controls not just his fate, but the fates of everyone. There's a region in the beta tutorial map labeled, Snake Soldier Fall, essentially, or Descend, which I've only used Google Translate, which gave me Snake Soldier Falling. Yeah, that's basically what it says. That's accurate. God, these burgers are good, chat. No problem, Adolphus. Always happy to help. Alright, let's try this again, chat. Oh, no. I gotta do it when they're coming through. Darn. As we can see, these cobras have 4 limbs and cast magic. This is likely the reason, this 4 arms is likely the reason why. We've seen how magic and magic casting is sort of used by higher ranking people in society. Obviously, the gods are a good example of this, with Gwyn and the lords and the royal family and all that. All of them, like, expert magic casters with powerful souls. In the case of Islith, we see a similar thing with the witches. And then finally, the demon fire sage, who we didn't get to fight last stream. Whee! Anyway, and then we see the same thing here. The idea that we have a tribal people. Well, how do these tribal people decide who's the tribe leader? Well, these snake men with these 4 arms, meaning that they have an extra set of limbs. Again, you can almost imagine those extra limbs becoming wings. You can the idea that they are thus closer to dragons, and so the cobra variant is the one that therefore is respected as a kind of shaman priest, right? The person who's sort of like this spiritual leader who can study and learn magic. Now, the magic is lightning of the Anor Londo, but it's through the lens of magic or sorcery, specifically. So again, giving us the foreshadowing that these snake men are connected to Seath and are likely his creations. Now, Miyazaki clarifies this explicitly in an interview that they are, of course, the creations of Seath. Before release, I think, if I remember properly. So yeah. Again, we can see this snake boy just sort of resting here. Yep. I wish you died. To be frank. Oh, of course. Let's turn the tables here. Come on. As we can see here with the indented to the staircase, these boulders have long dropped down. You gonna come? I think I have to wait for... Yeah, I think I have to go this way, and then you'll come back up later. Okay. Now, over here we can see some dead snake men. These snake men are automatically killed as part of Sigurd's little quest presence here, though, as Illusory Wall illustrates in some of his videos, this can be broken in some cases where they're already dead even when Sigurd doesn't show up, so.
Oh, ho! Ah, where did you come from? Splendid news, I tell you.
No problem confirming the translation thens. As we can see, Sigurd has pressed on after we opened the gate for him, and now he's at a similar roadblock, this time with a ball.
Ah, can you see my sight? Yes, indeed. I've run up against a wall, or a ball, to be precise. I'm afraid I'm a bit too tough to be outrunning those things. So here I sit in quite a pickle, but who knows? Perhaps we'll have another development. Perhaps I could try some rolling. Bah, no chance. My head would spin.
So here we get clear indication of Sigurd essentially always sort of becoming extra cautious. Probably too cautious. Always looking for a plan with which to evade a scenario rather than deal with the head-on solution of just trying to get around the ball. Like this. He's afraid, chat. Alright, Fog, what do you got in store? There we go. Thank you, Bleed. I appreciate you. Get a little, heads up about some of the crazy stuff in this funhouse here. Alright, we'll go here. Well. In this chest we find the Ring of Seal Protection. So stored away here is a very notable ring related to Night King Rendell, or as I've said in I think like the second or third stream, maybe the first stream even, Night King Rendell is more accurately Lendl. The idea being this was the internal name for King Allant in Demon Souls, and so Miyazaki sort of carried this over for sort of the King Allant Boletaria parallel of Rendell and Baldur. Thanks for coming to the translation. What's with all the Silver Knight statues? Okay then, so the statues here, there's obviously too many of them for them to just be decoration, and we can see how they've been essentially shoved aside rather haphazardly to make way for the current trials that are set up here. So the idea with the statues are, okay, some of them could be ornamentation, but they're being used for something else. Like, say, training dummies. And we'll talk more about that idea as we go forward with the Mimic and things after that. So, let me focus on Rendell here. Again, we have the idea that Baldur Knights were at the church. We can see these are Baldur Knights who seem to have escaped from Sen's Fortress. As they couldn't meet the challenge, and the same is true for their Night King. His ring is here in a chest, indicating that he is dead and no more, and had his ring confiscated and stored away, likely by the Snake Men. Here we have this idea that, much like how Baldur's big focus on physical defense and hard, thick metal plates of armor and all that for its old kingdom of knights, the idea with Rendell was that he had a ring which had the protection of iron, or steel as they localize it here. And the term for protection, in fact, has this connotation of like a divine protection, like it's really, really like this almost miraculous kind of protection that he could deal with any sort of physical blow. Of the many legends surrounding the Night King Rendell, one of the more well-known speaks of his standing down a giant drake and slashing it to pieces. This is completely the opposite of what the text says. What it says is that, not that Rendell was able to slash it to pieces, but that the drake, the giant drake, or wyvern, a flying dragon, so much like Hellkite, so a giant, basically a giant beast like what we see there. Think Dark Souls 3's giant wyvern, the ancient wyvern in that game. The idea was that not even a wyvern could slash him to pieces, because he had this ring. He had this amazing defense as the Night King that allowed him to to withstand any of its talons. So the localization got this completely wrong. It's actually hilarious comparing this to the Dark Souls 3 one, which is much closer to the Japanese in accuracy. So again, for anyone who wants to say, oh yeah, the localization is all intentional. This is Miyazaki trying to give us lore across different languages. Yada, 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 yada. Yeah, okay, explain to me how all the Dark Souls 3 text in the Japanese is almost word for word identical to the Dark Souls 1 versions of those items, but then the localizations for Dark Souls 1 and 3 have so many differences. Yeah, it's totally all intentional, guys. It's all part of Miyazaki's big brain plan. Hey, Hi, man, good to see ya. Aishimai, and Merry Soulsmas, so do you. Merry Soulsmas. Merry Christmas to you, man. I'm very happy to have you here. Like, comment, ask questions, yeah. And buy Loki's book about Dark Souls. They're good soulsmen and new souls give to your friends. Loki game is too loud, or are you too quiet? I might be too quiet. I'll turn down my volume right now for you. It might just be though the rocks. Might just be the rocks here. The rest of the volume should be good. But yeah, since Iman gave me the perfect segue, so like, yeah, consider buying my book if you like what I do and what I've done here with these streams. Again, Abyssal Archive, you can find the link in the description. That'll take you to the site, and you'll be able to find the store page and buy your own physical or digital edition. What are you buying, you might ask? You are buying the most complete, coherent, and comprehensive account of Dark Souls lore ever to be published, including commentary on the original Japanese script and all that entails. Ooh. I can promise you, it is a great gift for the family. Again, the physical edition is going to take some time to ship. We're still at the printing stage. Again, we're trying to get it out to you guys as soon as possible, but it won't be available before sometime next year. Hopefully, before summer. I can't say more than that. And then, as far as the digital edition is concerned, that's already available. Again, you can go to the publisher store page. Whoop. And get your own copy. It comes in a full bundle with multiple versions for your preferred reading online needs. And, well, buy it now. Seriously, the support for all of you who've already bought it is made this Christmas for me a very holly jolly time indeed. So, thank you, everyone. I really am so happy with the success of this project, and I look forward for doing more for you guys in the future, both with the website and in future book projects. But, you know, I'm gonna quiet down there before I say something I shouldn't. Yes. Dang it. There we go. Alright, let me switch back to YouTube thing now that I've confirmed volume. Oh. There we go. Damn rocks. Now it's excellent. Yeah, it's a great. You know, Loki, you ever consider doing lore podcasts or videos on this channel? I am looking into, doing, like, some, like, Loki looks, where I will actually take a look at, say, what other content creators have put out over the years, and sort of give my own commentary, again, focusing on the Japanese script mostly, and sometimes, again, occasionally, like, if there's just, like, a logical fallacy or something that they're using that just doesn't quite work the way they may think it does. But, yeah, I want to actually do more with the channel than just the live streams. The live streaming has been a great way for me to get the hang of doing stuff on this channel. Actually, just, you know, doing things. And, again, I just have to take the time to put things together, edit it, or whatever. But you know what? You guys have proven that this can, in fact, work. I'm so happy to have you guys here. So happy to see all you guys interact on Discord and things like that. Having so much Twitter engagement and things also. Like, seriously. I never imagined I'd be doing something like this for any community. And I've been so welcomed by the Souls players. It's just, it absolutely bedazzles me. Alright, let's go. Now again, notice the chains on the wall, the grated ceiling / floor, the chairs and things, the idea that this area had places to detain you. Again, the idea of a border patrol thing. Hey, this guy's kind of suspicious. Let's hold him here while we look into him and see what's going wrong. Or maybe there is someone who is trying to do something like, I don't know, commit a terrorist attack or something on Anor Londo, so therefore we gotta lock him up here in the meantime. You can see how the gods use this castle for more than just as a fort to station troops. There we go. We're gonna let that fill up. And then everyone's favorite trick. You can't even trust a chest in this place. Yeah, it's been pretty awesome. Well, thank you, Adolphus. I'm so glad you feel that way. Alright, let's see how this goes. There we go. Now, these mimics are officially known in the Japanese as the Greedy. This is, of course, a reference to... Where is it? Bottomless box. When it says a symbol of unbridled avarice in reference to the head item, the symbol of avarice, the Japanese for this name means something like the brand of the Greedy. Now, again, we don't have the headpiece for this quite yet, so I'll just say it now. The idea with the Greedy is that certain clan, or clansmen, essentially, of the gods, again, despite the fact that they were gods, these clan were essentially punished for their greed by being turned into, turned into security chests. Why would you want to put a bottomless box on someone that lets them be able to hold an infinite number of items, again, manipulating time and space, typical of the gods, but then be able to essentially, with that be able to also kill anyone who tries to get in? Well, because you don't want them looking inside and finding what you have stored inside. Either because it's something that's really important to you, so you don't want anyone else to get it, so you add the extra security of a mimic, or you're someone who decides, okay, I don't want someone knowing I have this, even by accident on some off chance, so I'm going to be extra careful to make sure they don't see that I own this. So it's used for both of those cases. So when we see a mimic being used instead of a chest, now obviously we only find mimics from here and onward in Anor Londo. The only other exception would be Ulasil, which again we will see Ulasil has a very close connection to Anor Londo, so naturally, again, we talked about with the priest situation and all that. It makes sense then for them to possibly have been offered a mimic, especially in the specific place where we find it. We'll talk about that more with the DLC. But the point is that mimics are only found in or around Anor Londo because, again, they were Anor Londo gods, but despite that, they were basically stripped of their godhood and degraded into being mere security chests. Gwyn at least let them have their lives, and now they will eternally act as a safety storage for infinite items, potentially. Anyway, the big deal here with the mimics, of course, is that they are stated to be exiled. This has essentially, or I can't remember what the localization used exactly. Maybe it was banished or something. But the idea is that they've been essentially expelled. And so this has caused many to be confused because, again, we see all the mimics, and if they are gods of Anor Londo, well, they are all at or around Anor Londo, so it doesn't seem like they were exiled at all. Well, you have to understand the Japanese term for exile or banish, while normally used to mean that, even in the Dark Souls script, it does have a secondary meaning, which basically means to be expelled from your position or status. For example, if I say remove you from political office, right? We remove the king, we remove the, I don't know, the congressman, right? The idea being is that, if you have been expelled in that sense, you're not being physically removed from an area, you're being in a more abstract sense removed from your current position of power. So the idea, again, this is made obvious by the context of the statement saying, despite being gods. So despite the fact that they were, again, some of the old gods of Anor Londo, they were not treated with kid gloves. Gwyn was very, very, very harsh with their punishment. And he made sure that they were going to serve in this capacity. Alright, is that enough of these? Yep, it's open. There we go. As we can see, we let the hole fill up. Got the covetous gold serpent ring. Ha ha. snake men in the area. We get another snake ring. Yay. Now, we didn't talk about the silver ring too much because I got distracted. But again, there was the idea in Nito's domain that he was attacked by a bunch of heathens. These heathens did everything they could to get power from Nito stolen to use against the gods. But they failed. The fact that the silver serpent ring is found there, that so many skeleton towers pop up when we go near the corpse with it, tells us that Nito is extremely concerned about someone taking souls, specifically those associated with snakes, greed, undeath, the dark. So the idea that when undeath is happening, you have some of these dark heathens who were shoved to the side of society. Now is their moment. The fire is fading. It is time for the age of dark to begin, for the new era of man to start. And even though their understanding of the dark has been so twisted by these false pagan beliefs living out in the boonies, they are now seeing their time to shine and bring the dark of the next age, as anyone could easily predict when fire fades. Therefore, they try to deal with Nito, who, as we have seen, doesn't seem to be bringing death to the gods. Gods die, they get buried, but we don't see him, going up to Anor Londo and trying to make sure that all the gods die in the same way that humans are suffering from Nito's miasma of death and plague spread, essentially. The death plague, I guess we'll call it. So, all of this seems to tell us, essentially, that Nito, of course, as an ally to Gwyn and the gods and the lords, is basically not bringing death to the gods. These heathens didn't like that, so they attacked. And so with this ring shows that the power of the Grave Lord they want to steal is his death soul. The soul with which he uses to spread and cause death, as we see all examined with the Grave Lord sword we obtained as a Covenant member. So all of this is to tell us that Nito was extremely concerned about losing his soul in this instance, versus, say, when the power was stolen by Pinwheel, which was the secret rite of kindling, and Nito doesn't seem to care much, obviously. He kind of is letting Pinwheel do his own thing in his territory. He's not even, making a concerted effort to get rid of him. Obviously, we see Leroy is there, and we'll talk more about Leroy later, but it's very clear, obviously, that Nito's not got a major concern about that. Isn't Gwyn so thoughtful? Yeah, he doesn't kill them, at least. Best king, father, grandfather, husband, and nephew award goes to the lightning chucking Santa. Ho ho ho! Gwyn, make sure you don't get any coal in your stocking. It's all a nice big gift of a mimic. A nice bottomless box. Anyway, in comparison, we can see the idea that, again, similarly greedy, undeath, dark serpents, etc., associated with the gold serpent ring, and the idea is about stealing something, about items and things. So there's the idea that Anor Londo, of course, had people who have been coming in trying to steal from the gods, and again, these are the types of people we can imagine were being detained. You have to imagine, when the Age of Fire's down and the dark is on the rise, heathens and the like are all gonna try to find a way they could get to the gods. They gotta, after they steal power from Nito, they gotta infiltrate, so again, you get this sense of the type of bad things that were happening for the gods more so than for man. Alright, we'll go this way. Alright, come down. Time to take power from the gods! And finally, the Mimic gives us a... Ooh, blood! I wonder why that's there. Oh no! Spikes! Oh no! Spikes! I don't want to get crushed. Anyway, we also find that the Mimic contains a very specific item. Now, we can assume that the Mimic in this context is just being used as a trap in Sen's fortress full of traps. But the actual item is a lightning spear that has some value, though not that much. It's a simple wooden spear, nothing too fancy. But it has the lightning element, which again we see associated with the gods because lightning is the power of sunlight. In comparison, we get the idea it's used commonly by soldiers. So your common soldier will adopt it. And why do we find it here in this fortress? Could it be possible that this fortress was used where you would get basic wooden simple spears with which to do training? Was Sen's fortress used as a training ground for the gods at one point? Was Sen essentially managing a training facility before it became used, as we see here, primarily to detain others? Well, I guess we'll have to investigate. Again, we can see the complex mechanisms of Anor Londo at work. Alright, that should do it. Yeah, kill that guy. Again, we can see more of what we need to get to. Giant up there, dropping those boulders. Gwyn, goo father of Lordred. Interesting how the gods are more or less just those who seize the residual power of disparity and any of their descendants to a certain extent anyway. Yes, that's the idea, right? They're not gods in the, say, the intrinsic sense that they were born from, like, the primordial ooze of the universe and have these great divine powers inherently. They're just another race, the medials, who happen to find large concentrations of power, and therefore were able to dominate the world because of it. That's it. That's all they are, really, when you get down to it. And this is why I separate gods from the race of the medials, because it's very important when we're talking about the quote-unquote gods and who counts as a god and who's not. We're ultimately just talking about a race, and those who call themselves gods are simply just arrogantly throwing that way around, that they're more than just men. They are divine beings. They are above you, in the same way that a noble person is above you. They are the higher class. They are the people who are your betters. There's something somehow better than them when intrinsically there isn't. Well, I guess you could argue intrinsically there is, because when you get the Lord Souls, but you get what I mean. Now again, we have our snake man who was resting here get killed. And there's good old Logan. Oh! Forget that, chat! Forget that. Whoops. I didn't open that, chat. I didn't use the master key. Nope.
You seem quite lucid.
Hey, Logan.
A rare thing in these times. I am Logan. I'm a bit cooped up, as you can see.
Good is good. So who is good then? Good is good, maybe? Yeah. Okay.
That I could repay you with knowledge and sorcery.
Yeah.
This place is melting my mind. The inactivity is fortress.
So again, we meet Big Hat Logan, the famous sorcerer himself who Griggs is looking for. He said that you'd find him in Sen's Fortress, based on his quote-unquote note, allegedly, and, well, we found him here. Oh! Well, darn. This stupid master key, man. I'll be right back, Logan. I gotta go over there, get a key, and then I'll come back and talk to you. I promise I won't die. But just in case.
Oh, heavens. Thank you. I'm safe. But I must log a few things first, and I owe you a favor. I will return.
I think I messed that up.
Oh, heaven. And after
There we go.
But I must log a few things first, and I owe you a favor. I will return to Farley Shrine. Speak with me there, so that I may impart my sorcery.
Oh, sorry, I meant God. Funny how God is a thing in Demon Souls, and yep, here's the faith praying to the old one thinking it is God, even though it's like worshipping the creation instead of the creator. Yeah, that's sort of the irony, right? In Demon Souls, there is a sort of Abrahamic God who is the creator of all things, essentially, gives men souls to appreciate creation and all that. And yet men, he doesn't have any revelation to share. So men sort of infer God's existence through the old one and how it behaves and acts. Ironically, mixing sort of like this pagan faith that the Monumentals had with this new sense of what God and everything wants. And they accidentally actually touch on the real God. Again, it's purely accidental. They just don't realize that the God they identified with all the traits of the quote-unquote real God happens to actually be the old one. And again, it's mistaking the hand for the face. Anyway, we're gonna pretend I didn't open these and do all that. When we get the idea, of course, that Logan is very grateful for being freed. He'll even teach a sorcery back at Firelink because he needs to recollect himself, so that's cool. Yeah, they don't know that. So as for Iman's question, who is God then? As far as we can tell in Dark Souls, there is no observable God in the realms of revelation or, again, like I said, observation, so... Oh! So we're basically just sort of left to assume, God, this thing murders my ears. Let's do that. We're left to basically just kind of assume that, everything with quote-unquote the gods and everything doesn't have some big creator who has a big idea in mind for everything. That if there is a god, it's something akin to pantheism with the first flame. But again, that's a separate debate. As I go over in Abyssal Archive, I discuss the quote-unquote problem of God, etc. in this game. And we'll see how that all works out. There we go. Now we find a Black Sorcerer set and Hush. This is around the area where we will in fact find Griggs as a hollow. So we get a little foreshadowing there, but there's the idea of Vinheim spies attempting to infiltrate into Anor Londo. What for? Well, we'll see. Open this way, and now we're here! Yay! To be honest, I don't think there's a god in Dark Souls, maybe. Maybe just primordial power that a bunch of people touched and somehow established a pantheon. Oh, wait, what Loki said. Yeah, lol. Yeah, exactly. If you want to argue there's a god, you'd have to argue in a pantheistic sense with First Flame, because it's very much present in the world, and it sort of pervades all things in the universe, right? Like, that's your quote-unquote god, if you want to think of it that way. But again, that's a discussion I touch on in Abyssal Archive, but it's obviously not my focus, because again, I'm not a theological writer. I'm just trying to give you guys the lore as it is. So I only go as far as needed to explain the universe. Again, we see here how, again, a little prison cell type of deal. Everything was set up in that regard. Okay, where does this take us? Anything I want here? I don't think so. Oh, well, I'm here now. Alright, because I can fall down here. Oh, no. Do I have... Yeah, I still have the ring equipped, so that's good. Slumbering Dragon Crest ring, again, stuff for Vinheim spies. The idea, of course, with these spies, as we are told, is that they use, of course, sound-based spells and things like that, and they never reveal themselves. And hey, this is the uniform that Griggs wears, telling us that Griggs is, in fact, a spy from Vinheim. The sorcerers of the underbelly, as it were. The dark side of the academy. The Dragon School hides assassins and secret investigators / infiltrators. Now, where's that ring? Again, the idea here is that the rings of Vinheim portray a archdragon. The idea in this case is that it's, of course, quietly sleeping. And that we see how the spies use it in order to mask their sound. We also, of course, got the Hush spell, I think, earlier. Yeah, there it is. To similarly silence our steps. Makes you wonder if they have the ring, why they would need this spell, but, well, no wonder. Anyway, the idea, of course, being is that, there's a dark side to everything, and in case of Vinheim, the reason why they are the ruler of the reason that the Dragon School rules Vinheim and not, say, the actual government is because this school invests in these sorcerer spies in order to make sure that all the proper political favors are done. Hey, and as we established earlier, these spies work at a very high price. Gosh. This is gonna be a problem. I have 13k on the line. I could always do this. But that's no fun. That's boring. Alright, let's do this. Go. In fact, you know what? I don't care for... Let's be silent. Now, again, there's a huge joke to be had on you coming all this way, falling down and all that, after getting knocked down by a giant scythe blade. Oh, didn't matter. Only to find a scythe. So again, From Software has their sense of humor. Now, I will deal with these guys some other time. Oh. There we go, and we're safe. Griggs is sus. Griggs is sus, Scanty. It can be First Flame. I, my culture god, is something called Eternal, but never take part in human actions. There are many godlike beings. One of them are even called God, but no, very powerful. Little tough to follow, Ivan, but I think I get the basic idea that you're trying to say. Oh. There we go. Alright, chat. Let's not screw this up. No enemies to stop me, so there's only my own stupidity, but that's the greatest enemy of all. There we go. So Griggs is incredibly sus. As we talked about earlier, we find a Vinheim spy, Griggs, in a locked room with no explanation for how or why he was locked here, compared to Laurentius, who was obvious he was captured to be eventually eaten, prepared by the man-eating women who cook for the rest of the Depths residents. So there's all that going for Laurentius. But what about for Griggs? No explanation. He's just happens to be locked in a room for some reason. Again, with a key that can only open by the common keys used by the residents for their houses and the like. So we get the good sense that all of this is done. Oh. Oh. There we go. Hurry. Oh! What? No! I'm so close! And now Logan's probably left. No! It wouldn't be a Loki stream without him dying needlessly. Yeah! But it wasn't by falling, unfortunately. It was by my own stupidity. I should have waited. I should have waited. Oh well, we gotta go through all this all over again, chat. Oh. I wasted! Thank you. Oh. Oh! Oh! Woo! Well, that's one way to deal with the enemies. Make them all drop down here. I usually die on stupidity. Yes, anyway, Griggs is a spy, but he's in a locked room. And again, as we saw, stuffed in a pot in the back corner behind a bunch of other pots. Very suspicious. Is another corpse. Is a corpse of another student of Vinheim, but this was just a regular student. What is Griggs doing there? Oh, darn it! My movements, man. Oh my. Whoop. You all are going to be the death of me. Whoop. Whoop. I don't see anyone else up here. Please tell me there's no one up here. So the idea here is that, did Griggs kill that Vinheim student, and then got discovered, caught in the act, as it were, by someone in a resident of the lower undead burg, and then get locked in that room, while of course obviously the Capra Demon stuff's going on, so there's a lot of chaos happening in the area. Oh. You gotta wonder. Is it all really an accident? But again, a spy of Vinheim would never reveal himself, so... He would never out himself as that was what he was doing. He's just a poor student. He's an apprentice of Logan, who is looking for his master. Again, we'll ignore you. I think we're good. Well. Is the other one coming? Apparently not. Oh, of course. Oh, that works. I did it. Made it up here. That's all that matters. Alright, let's do this properly, chat. Loki, I gotta ask, assuming you're a Souls fan, if he has, see Demon Souls or Dark Souls portrayed in some other media, either a written work or film or show, where would you want to see it? Or more specifically, when? If there's anything more Souls related, let it be before the events of Dark Souls 1. Show me Astora before it became the Holy Nation, when it was attacked by the, and this extends to, like, new Dark Souls games, too, if there ever were one. Show us the events with the Evil Eye and stuff like that. Show us the Alliance of the Lords and the build-up of the history of this world. Show us all the stuff with Velka, Seath, and much more. Like, there's so many different places in the timeline I would want to see. I'll be honest, I'd be happy with any of stuff that we don't get to see in Dark Souls actually properly portrayed. Same with Demon Souls. Anyway. There we go. Again, not sure if you saw it. If Griggs is supposed to be a spy, why doesn't he do anything suspicious? He's just a scrub that even hollows in Zen's fortress. Because he's a weak person, not a good fighter in the first place. Again, he is just a spy, and from what we can see, he is, again, for all the sus that I'm throwing on him, the shade, he seems to be genuine in his feelings about wanting to learn from Logan and wanting to master things. Is he Logan's apprentice? Well, that's another discussion. But as far as what he's trying to do, he seems to be someone whose job is to again, he came after Logan. He's following and pursuing Logan. And the Crestfallen Warrior doesn't necessarily call him Logan's apprentice. He just calls him, like, you know, that damn sorcerer, essentially, or sorcery bastard, or whatever. And the idea is that, okay, so, you know, this damn sorcerer. So yeah. Might just be, you know, following Logan, because, you know, Logan's undead, he's gone, but as we know, Logan is someone who's very big and major in the world, so... Vinheim might not be completely happy with having to get rid of the best undead when he takes all his knowledge with him that they don't have. Again, Dark Souls 3, of course, reaffirms this by, of course, Vinheim not knowing anything about Logan's stuff, despite the fact that they're where he comes from. Woo! Oh, no. I thought I could get the backstab there. Oh. There we go. Now that's a hole, right? That's death. There we go. Logan doesn't even acknowledge him. I don't think Logan even knows Griggs. Exactly my point there, Scanty. Exactly my point. Does Logan have a twin brother? Not to my knowledge. Although there's some more funny stuff to talk about Logan. Oh. If we return to if we ever return to Firelink. We probably will actually, to go see Logan before we do like Golem and all that. For one, we have to unlock the shortcut first. Oh, you. Alright, so what is the... Oh. Whoop. Nice. We go this way. This way. Oh no! Wait! I just went through there! I'm an idiot! I'm sorry, chat. I'm dumb. I went the wrong way! But what are the two Logans in Dark Souls? Why are there two Logans in Dark Souls 3? There aren't two Logans. The Crystal Sages are essentially two sorcerers who found Logan's work into crystal sorcery, and therefore sort of are his successors, as it were. They're not actually Logan. They just wear his big hat like him, because they respect him. They revere him. He's kind of like the saint of their religion. God, I don't want to deal with you. Do we have any arrows left? No, we have one feather arrow. Okay. How much do we got in terms of, throwing knives? Actually, you know what? First we'll do dung pies, and we'll also do this, just in case that doesn't work. There we go. That's all that matters. Alright, we're gonna let this guy just slowly bleed out. Or rather, you know, die of terrible diseases. I don't know what was in that feces, but it's clearly fatal. Lamau, no bombs or knives. Oh, I could have used bombs, but how many bombs do I still have? That's the question. I got 5. That could have worked. But I'd rather watch him suffer. Die, you piece of shit. I don't care if you're the priest of this religion. Your religion sucks. It's all about Seath. Which is funny, because some of my favorite characters are all Seath worshippers in Dark Souls 3. There we go. Oh! I forgot about that. Nothing else here? Nope. Alrighty. Now again, the idea that this area was a training facility for Silver Knights would be interesting, considering again these extra statues. They could also use as training dummies for you to whack your training swords against. Kind of like a wooden post or something, but obviously more... Whoop. Less of a wooden post in this case. The way you fidget with the camera and the character movement makes me anxious, especially in Sens. Oh, I always assumed Logan's mind got twisted and he became mad and started to act strangely in Dark Souls 3. No, Logan is dead. Logan is clearly just dead. His questline completed, he got to Seath's archives, but that's it. Again, we'll talk more about Logan and his shtick in the future. Again, we see down here, Baldur Knights. These are the ones who didn't run away and go back to the parish to serve the Undead Burg. We see these are the ones who ended up dying and hollowing. Oh. Here. Much like their Night King, they failed to surmount Sen's fortress and make it to Anor Londo. Though not all of them. We'll see, as we'll hopefully see when we get to Anor Londo and complete with making Gwendolyn angry. Nice. Again, we find another ring here. The Flame Stoneplate Ring. It's a ring used by knights. And the idea that it boosts and helps you against fire. Perfect for fighting, say, a giant fire-breathing wyvern, wouldn't you say? So again, there's the idea that the Baldur Knights with their heavy physical plates of armor, and Rendell with his ring of the divine protection of iron, was all prepared to deal with, you know, forces with flame and things like that, like wyverns. They were not prepared for the underhanded traps of Sens. And well, as we can see, that combined with the Snake Men made things go terribly wrong indeed. Now we got our our giant here, trying to make our life miserable. Whoop. Like that, yeah. Alright, we rest. Or a giant that throws fire bombs from above. I was prepared for flame, but not that kind of flame. Exactly, Scanty. Let's see. We don't have much humanity. And I don't think I can level up quite yet, so we're gonna have to use an item. That's 10k. Oh, it's fine. A little extra. Whatever. Again, we'll keep going into strength until we hit 30. Then we'll recalculate where we're going with this. Clearly, Baldur just needs to know about the bonfire shortcut, Smile. Now, as we see, the giant slaves, as they're called, at least the Japanese, I can't recall if this is true in the localization true, but the point is, of course, is that the gods have enslaved the giants. Which, again, makes sense. We discussed earlier the idea of giants building the undead burg, hence some dying and being, in Anor Londo. Hey, Baldur Knight. Boy, is that loud! We also see a Berenike Knight here. I'll worry about you later, Baldur Boy. Again, we also see, of course, a Berenike Knight. So again, much like the Berenike Knight we see who's hollowed at Undead Parish, that one escaped. This one stayed behind. We'll figure out what happened to some others going forward. But the idea is that these were the strongest knights, but even this Berenike Knight couldn't handle Sen's Fortress and has become a hollow. The strongest of the strong. There we go. Never to return to the Burg. So sad. Guess you could say he's a giant pain. Logan is evil. Those heavy knights are such cool enemies. Too bad they appear so rarely. Yeah. But hey, when they're supposed to be the strongest knights, you don't want to overuse them. Then they start just feeling like regular cannon fodder. You want them to feel like they're special. Now, as we can see, even great heroes like this guy here in a Astoran Elite Knight armor, telling us that he is a knight who has been in Astora. We will talk more about him. Nope. We'll talk more about him as soon as we can get over here. As we can see, he fights with a rapier. Now, rapiers have traditionally been associated, with sort of nobility and the like, in Miyazaki's games for obvious reasons. I'll keep doing it. I'll do it until you bleed. There we go. And he's down. Now, again, underneath the helm, although this character is supposed to be a hollow, they don't, until Dark Souls 3, we don't actually get, like, a proper, like, again, hollow state for NPCs and stuff. Obviously, with their helmets obscured, it doesn't matter. So it's like, have a warrior. Oh, he's a hollow, but you can look under his helmet and he's perfectly fine, right? Or other characters like that. It's only the characters who you can see their faces, like, say, Crestfallen Warrior, and they have their own hollow model. But the point is here is that Rickard, this character called Rickard, has blonde hair and blue eyes like we see typical with Astora, and Dark Souls 3 would later confirm is accurate. The idea, of course, being that, again, the Dark Souls 1 hairstyles also tells the idea of, you know, noble classes are typically blonde. Playing on that kind of stereotype of, foreign European nobility being blonde hair versus the Japanese black and brown, so. Okay. Let's look at his weapon. So again, there's this idea that it's this very fancy rapier, clearly for someone worthy of being a prince. Now the idea is that this was used by, again, it doesn't say infamous in the Japanese, it's just like, you know, famous, renowned, etc. Undead Prince Rickard. The idea is that Rickard's exploits are told in a monomyth. Now this term for monomyth is actually, it means the Japanese term means a noble wandering tale. So yes, it's a monomyth, but it's a specific type of monomyth. I forget the exact name of this person. It is mentioned in Abyssal Archive, however. But there is this there is this scholar who worked on this concept of a monomyth, building on Joseph Campbell's idea of the hero's journey and all that. And this Japanese scholar essentially created this idea of the noble wandering tales. It's the idea that this specific kind of monomyth where essentially it's usually someone who is highborn, a god or a noble, human noble or something of that regard, who is, again, because of circumstances regarding their birth, they end up being separated from their homeland for one reason or another. As a result of this, they end up journeying across the land, doing good deeds and like proving their virtue around. And then eventually the idea is, of course, they will one day return home and all that. So the idea with Rickard is that Rickard is one of these stereotypical type of noble wandering tales. He's someone who, for whatever reason, he was pushed out of his family. Maybe there was some political intrigue, or maybe there was some terrible other type of event that forced him to be separated from home. So he doesn't grow up as a proper prince. He just has that rapier, though, as proof of his pedigree. Instead, he seems to grow up as an Astoran knight, but he goes basically around the land doing good deeds and becoming a powerful, famous hero and all that stuff. But eventually, the hero met his end and he died. But as by a quirk of fate, as the rapier acknowledges, he ended up turning undead. So, as a result of that, he ended up being like, okay, he ended up disappearing up north, as we see in Sen's Fortress. And as we can tell, it's because he hollowed. So, yep. As fate would have it, he would not meet his end with death, but this hero's story did end. Now, again, we find beyond him, again in this isolated tower, 2 chests. Well, this is going to be interesting, because one of these chests has a divine blessing. Oh, okay, so one of the blessings of Guinevere, we talked previously about how she provides blessings to warriors. Typically, we see this in the form of the miracles of her covenant being used for them, but we also, of course, see the idea of just a regular healing water being provided to the Silver Knights who would be stationed at this castle. Well, what else do we find at the fort? Oh, a rare ring of sacrifice. So one of Velka's creations, Velka, through sacrificial rites, created this ring, which will take the death blow in our place. Now, obviously, mechanically, this is how it works, as I talked about in a previous stream. Instead, the game doesn't do a Sekiro mechanic where, in Sekiro, you can have this essentially where you die, but you land on the ground and you kind of just, and then you can kind of revive at any point. That's how hollowing in the Undead Curse actually works. You don't respawn at bonfires. That's a gameplay mechanic. But the because of how broken that would be with bosses and stuff, if you could just like stop yourself from dying and just let yourself come back without any issues, the game instead does it. Okay, we'll just make it where your death essentially was free, right? You won't lose anything of value, so it's as if you didn't actually die, but we're gonna force you to run back to the boss that you just failed to beat, right? So that way, that's how they balance it. But the point is, we get this idea that both the fortress has received both Guinevere and Velka's support, and the way that these are juxtaposed, you have this idea that these are two people who collaborate, or rather, maybe there's some friction between them, and you could just feel the tenseness in the air between these two characters. I wonder what could this all be about? Well, we'll talk about that more when we get to the painting world. Where is he? There's our giant who opened the gates for us. That was nice of you, buddy. Again, we can go up and around, and we shall. Wait, his name is Rickard? Always thought it was Richard Lamal. Let's see, man, Dark Souls 1 AI for NPCs are so bad, Lamal. Glad they stepped up their game with 2 and 3. 2, I wouldn't say as much. 2, the AI is dumber than 1 most of the time, in my experience. Like, I mean, just watch my Let's Play on Dark Souls 2 and some of the dumb shit I'm able to get away with that AI. At the same time, again, there's a reason why Dark Souls 2 spams stuff to create difficulty, because their AI can't handle it on their new engine. But then, anyway, but yeah, they do improve it, definitely for 3. And then, Velka's Bay, not gonna lie, right? Would love to see her in person rather than a statue. I mean, in Abyssal Archive, we have beautiful illustrations, including Velka, so... And how the hell she shared her bed with a blind, slimy tentacle dragon. Oh, we'll talk about Velka we'll talk about Velka in future streams, don't worry. Velka's true waifu of Dark Souls. I thought that was Guinevere at Adolphus. Oh, Scanty. Scanty, scanty, scanty. You're not ready for the Dr. Phil episode featuring Seath, Guinevere, and Velka. Oh boy, is that gonna be fun? Oh. Come on. Knock it down here. Come on. Come on, you moron. Oh no, you're the one I'm worried about. Keep running! Just keep running, just keep running, just keep running, running. Lamal, yeah. I cannot wait for the Painting World stream. That's gonna be a fun episode. Guinevere, you are not the mother. Oh boy, it's gonna be quite the experience. Let's just say that Seath's an asshole. Oh wait, let's unlock this. Oh, I need the key, right? Okay, so I gotta jump. Okay, I know what I gotta do. I will properly open these areas and not be a master key cheeser. Ignore the fact that the key has already been used. As we can see here, another Baldur Knight, but this one doesn't have a fancy cape and uses a Kareem crossbow. A nice sniper crossbow. That's to get into the boss fight. We can summon Black Iron Tarkus for this, telling us that, again, Tarkus is another person who took part. Again, notice the tables and chairs, giving us the idea of soldiers who would rest and do their post here in these watchtowers and things like that. But suffice to say, the area has again been turned into partially a prison. We will go up this way. Let's deal with this buddy first. Wait, why do I care about? I'm still using this. I should be using. I've been wasting my souls. I could have so many more souls. There we go. Oh. There we go. And he's dead. Bleed! You're a lifesaver. You made that fight so much quicker. Woo! We got some chunks. Now, as we can see here, the Iron Golem set up to defend Sen's fortress. As we can see, though, the actual entrance to Anor Londo has long been bricked up, using some of the stonework. The idea, of course, being is obviously when Undeath first shows up and the gods don't know what the hell is happening, their gut reaction is, okay, lock down, make sure nobody can get into the city without our say-so, and block up anybody who could even be remotely suspicious from coming in or out. So, again, the idea, as Andre puts it, is that no one's been able to confirm sighting of Anor Londo, the country of the gods, for a very long time. Now, the arena that the Iron Golem is in is very curious. If you notice, the pathway goes from Anor Londo here all the way down to the fortress proper, but we see here an elevated platform with ruins of two walls that would block the way. So the idea is if you were coming down this passage, you would pass between these two walls if you were just going back and forth through here. Well, why have the walls here like this when you have this giant platform around? Well, as we can see, the platform would have these pillars that would rise up in between, and between these pillars would be these gargoyle pillars on the side. Now, these pillars, as we can see, it's hard to tell from this, from over here, but it'll be more obvious when we get, like, the Batwing Demon cutscene and stuff like that, is that there are holes in the mouths of these gargoyles, who suspiciously look like dragons with their, winged forms and legs and, snouts and all that. So there's the idea that there was something that would shoot out of these things, and when we're talking about creatures that look rather draconic, the most obvious thing to shoot out would be fire. Huh. So the idea that you would essentially have these walls that would block it so you would safely be able to pass through without getting hit by these billows of fire that would pass along the sides. Well, why would you do this? Again, go back to the idea of Sen's Fortress as a training ground. You have all these Silver Knight statues being used as training dummies, essentially, for you to test your training swords against. You have a training spear, a plain wooden spear with a basic lightning enchantment in order to practice using your spear work against, again, these training dummies or other types of foes. And then finally, you have fire defense training. You walk, the prospective Silver Knight would walk in front of the wall, essentially get his shield ready, and try to do an endurance training against the flames that would shoot out, probably at like random intervals and angles and things like this. This is actually one of the illustrations I depict in Abyssal Archive. I had the artist depict this scene because I think it's rather telling about how unique the culture of Anor Londo is, and how when they went to hunt the dragons, they were prepared. This fortress was originally built and used back in the earliest point of medieval society. They built this for the purposes of not just becoming a checkpoint for humans who want to come into Sen's Fortress. That seems to have not been its initial purpose. That came later. It was initially made to help train the Silver Knights for the coming dragon hunts. And this is all that remains. Now, concept art actually confirms that these did in fact shoot fire. You actually get concept art, uses even the kanji of flame, and you get an idea of the inside of how the flame would billow up and then out of the dragons. So that was kind of cool. I didn't look at the concept art for Abyssal Archive until after the fact, because I wanted to use the in-game stuff first and foremost. So that was kind of a cool little detail to find out after the fact. It's like, hey, I'm right. But yeah, very, very cool. And we get the idea that now this purpose for training to fight the dragons is no more. This area was just used in order to get straight into Anor Londo, and now that it's blocked off, it's used as a trial ground to fight the Iron Golem. God, you guys have chatted a lot. To be honest, you can't use the master key to open that cage. Oh, you can? That's good to know. Yeah, well, she had a lot of children. It's kind of sad for most. Are these giants and the ones from the Cathedral of the Deep related? Yes. The giant slaves from Anor Londo are the same giants slaves encountered in Irithyll in the Cathedral of the Deep, yes. Obviously, a lot's changed with them. They're not as bulky as they once were, but that has to do with Dark Souls 3 stuff. You can watch my Dark Souls 3 lore play for that. Also, pro tip for the Iron Golem, use the electric spear for the Mimic. I'll have to consider it. Do I have to upgrade it first, or? I would like to see a George Martin-style shtick regarding Guinevere and her travels, her children being imprisoned or so. Yeah, I would love so much. If it wasn't pre-Dark Souls 1, Dark Souls 3 stuff would definitely be really cool to see with Guinevere and Irithyll and stuff like that. It's a sad state for a family, like with her time with her father and elder brother, story of the dancer. So yeah, all that stuff is just, it's great. Someone should mod this back into the Iron Golem fight. That would be really cool, huh? Having all the fire pillars shooting out flame while you're going through with the Iron Golem. Yeah. Okay, well, we dealt with our big problem, so now's just the little problem. I think this should be safe, right? Yeah. Honestly, I could just gone around. It would be fine, but I don't think the golem respawns, if I recall correctly. I mean, so the giant, I mean, so I think we should be able to rest, but I'd rather not. It's not going to do anything because I don't have enough humanity anyway. Ah, dang it, I forgot that item. I'll come back for it. Again, we can kill this boy too, but we will endeavor to... Woo! Endeavor to survive this first. We'll talk about you in a short bit, buddy. No need to upgrade the spear. The Iron Golem is weak to electric, and spear is theirs to kill the golem, basically. Okay, yeah, makes sense. So again, we get the idea of the training guard, and you can use it to kill your Iron Golem, because, hey, well, metal and lightning. Anyway, as we can see here, from the way this guy is dressed, he's a Berenike Knight. However, unlike the other Berenike Knight we found here, and the one in the Undead Parish, this guy hasn't escaped or turned hollow quite yet. Now, there is, in fact, a hollowing event for him that was cut from the game. If I had to guess why this event was cut, it's because much like other NPCs, the idea was probably when you exhaust his inventory of stuff he can sell you, he'll finally, you know, go crazy. Well, this is awkward. Anyway, he would finally go crazy, but he has infinite arrows that he could sell us. So yeah, you're never exhausting his inventory, so they just cut the hollowing event. Anyway, he will talk about this stuff though, so what does this undead gotta tell us?
What? What? Who are you?
Sleeping buddy?
Another undead, eh? I took my sense fortress alone, but I'm no different from those vile creatures. I was driven by conceit.
We'll talk about this in a second.
That you can handle. Yes, I remember that feeling. For I was the same. So, let me help you out with your soul searching.
So the idea is that this Berenike Knight essentially has been cowardly hiding here because he can't press forward, but he can't make his way back either. Instead, he just sort of tries to not go crazy by selling us items and things, which he'll talk about where he gets his loot. But the point is that when he says, I was the same, he's talking about himself and those former shadow, the term basically means like a shadow of your former self, right? Like that type of term. The idea being is he's referring to the Hollows, the other Berenike Knights, like him, or probably even Baldur Knights and the like, all those heroic knights and the like who tried to challenge Sen's fortress, you know, they all thought, yeah, we could do it, but they were just conceited, he realizes. And now he's this, again, much like, oh, that worked, much like Crestfallen Warrior, this Crestfallen Merchant has become heartbroken. He's lost the will to go on, and so he's slowly hollowing. Unfortunately, unlike the Crestfallen Warrior, we never get a hollowing event with him, like I said before, because he sells all these arrows. And just infinitely sniper bolts. And large arrows here. So, yeah, that's not happening. Now, as we can see, idea of Katarina Knights, like Siegward, have challenged Sen's Fortress. Berenike Knights, of course, the idea that they were once thought as the strongest of the strong. Again, the Japanese for Berenike is Bernice. This was changed in localization because the idea that the strongest, manliest, big, tough, manly knights of the continent are called Bernice, their country at least, was considered a little too silly for the localization, so they changed it to the Greek Berenike, meaning, again, much like Bernice, it means bringer of victory, bringer of Nike being the goddess of victory in Greek, you know, all that. Anyway, so, again, we have the idea that Katarina Knights, Berenike Knights, Baldur Knights, again, they're all about thick iron plates, physical defense, but again, these are people who, they failed. Even these mighty knights couldn't deal with the undead curse when their country had just too many hollows and tipped the scales. This is why the Way of White is so popular, because Lloyd and his cleric knights can deal with this undead horde that can cause even old kingdoms like Baldur to fall and mighty kingdoms like Berenike to fall. Yeah, nothing else to say. But the idea is that they all went to Lordra in the end. Again, more stuff for rings. Again, Thunderstone Plate Ring associated with, lightning, because of the gods and all that. Pretty straightforward. And then the idea, of course, sorcery, soul sorcery specifically, is associated with the color blue. So again, we see how this symbolizes souls and all that. Nothing too crazy. Again, regular stuff with their weapons and armor. Nothing too crazy. Okay, this is important. The Great Sword, it's a weapon that's a favorite again, one of the problems with the localization, as you may notice, is how the helmet here of the Knights of Berenike. So here is the idea, oh, they're the Knights of Berenike, right? But then you get here, and you get the idea of the Knights Berenike, and I think in here, used by Knight Berenike. So the localization is incredibly inconsistent, but it's all the same term. It's all saying the Berenike Knights, or a Berenike Knight. And the idea is that it's not a knight named Berenike. In fact, we see the way that the name is written, it's similar to Baldur in like stuff like the design works and things like that, so we understand that it's supposed to be a knight of Baldur, a knight of Berenike. That is their country, or again, the original Japanese is Bernese, so that's their country. The idea, of course, here is that them and Black Iron Tarkus love this weapon. This is, of course, incredibly interesting, because as we see, Black Iron Tarkus has similarly black iron armor. His has a special fire resistance to it compared to others, and he uses this sword, giving us the impression that Tarkus is a particularly notable member of these Berenike Knights, which makes sense, because Tarkus is a tank.
There's nothing more to say. I'm finished. We're both on the brink, you see. End of story. You bloody fool.
So again, he's lost all hope. He's just like, hey, it's funny how you're still trying to continue on. I remember when I thought that I had hope like that. So, you know, I'm gonna, on a whim, sell you this stuff or whatever. Also, he needs the souls. And then, like, you'll eventually realize, like us, and we're all doomed.
Let me give you a nibble of advice. Don't even consider visiting Amorlondo. Not in your state. For a century they've tried and failed. The Night King Rendell, Black-Eyed Tarkus, and even Logan himself. You won't stand a chance, you'll be eaten alive. But go along if you wish. If only to deepen your despair.
So again, the Japanese is telling us that, you know, for a century, you know, it's been a century of people trying to challenge Sen's Fortress, which tells us the idea that this undead mission of ours, again, the localization calls it an ancient legend, but again, the Japanese only really means vaguely old, and there's a lot of relativity to that term, so... it's not that it's ancient, it's only about 100 years old, at least the current iteration, where, okay, you go from the asylum, ring the bell, both bells, and then those bells let you go into Sen's Fortress, etc., etc. This is all a recent development, relatively speaking, in the grander timeline. The Berenike Knight here was one of many who challenged Sen's Fortress, along with, again, Tarkus. That, again, he used in the Japanese, like, that or the Big Hat Logan. Again, a very famous, popular figure in history. And, of course, who, again, Logan's also been established to have died and become undead about 100 years ago. And, of course, finally, the Night King Rendell. All of these people have challenged, and they haven't succeeded. Or, well, we'll see with Tarkus, there's a little bit more to that story. But the point is that no one's made to Anor Londo and back alive, so... There's no hope. Our buddy here is like, why are you even trying? It's never gonna work.
Let me give you a
Yeah.
Don't even consider.
Yeah, no.
For a century they've tried.
Yeah, yep.
The Night King Rendell.
Yep.
You won't stand a chance.
Yep. You're only making things worse when you finally succumb to despair. I heard a theory that this merchant is a Berenike Knight, but just looted the armor from a corpse. He does talk about, actually, how he does loot armors from corpses, right? So what happens is when you die and you're hollowing, like you're like I said, death and hollowing works like in Sekiro, where it's like you die and you just fall on the ground and then you'll come back to life at some point afterwards. The idea being is that when you die to Sen's Fortress, the Berenike Knight will come in, loot your corpse and all that, and take your stuff before you come back as a hollow, right? Before you turn, as it were. Because, you know, he doesn't want to deal with you being a mad monster, so he's going to get you while you're unconscious. But again, we get this, we get a sense of the... Oh yeah, he also sells this stuff infinitely. So yeah, he was never going to be able to get this event cooked off when they were doing stuff like this. Anyway. Yeah, the idea that he looted it seems incredibly unlikely because, again, he doesn't fight or do anything. He just huddles in his corner here. So the idea that he would loot someone else's armor and put it on and wear it, it's much... The simpler interpretation is simply, he's a Berenike Knight who dresses like a Berenike Knight.
Nothing at all.
Yep. Oh yeah, naked or blah blah blah. No one cares. I know how expensive those rings are, and they are worthless too, Lamel. Where do you think the merchant would hollow if it wasn't cut? Maybe in Anor Londo? No, I think he would be here. Because it's a dialogue where basically you hear him talking to himself. He's like, no, no. So he starts counting, trying to keep focus, and then he goes crazy. So it's probably something like, while you were like here at that bridge, it would trigger the event where you would hear the dialogue. And as you were making your way over, jumping over, and getting over here, by that point, you would see him and all that. That's probably what the original plan was. Alright, let's get that key. Down and down and down you go. I don't think they were going to move him to Anor Londo because the whole thing with his character is that he's too chicken shit to do so. I can't believe I dodge rolled that. There's the cage key. Now again, we fight one of the snake men. Flamberge! Cool. Again, the snake men of Sen's Fortress that are lurking around there, slithering. We can see the idea of how they really like these weapons that happen to do good bleed because they're curved weapons, but their slashing and bleeding is ancillary to the fact that they remind them of snakes. Now... we're gonna make our way back up. Nike over the land they plod and sing a little song ever asking for reward. It just talks about the lords. They just talk about the lords. I wish I knew the tune that could go with that eye, man. That's hilarious. Well, I'm alive! And there we go, the sniper bolt and sniper crossbow. Again, the idea that Berenike Knights have it, but we also see it relayed to Karim by Karim's snipers. And so we have the idea again how Karim is a very underhanded nation compared to others. They're the type of person that they were like, okay, instead of fighting you in an honorable straight up fight as a knight, I will instead try to snipe you from range. Which tells you a lot about Baldur too, huh? Physical defense, but uses a Karim sniper bow, huh? Oh. Oh. There we go. How about you, over here? Listen, I'm just happy to know more rapiers. There we go. No more rapiers raping my ass. There we go. Now, let us see. What do we want to do from here? We have the Iron Golem. Honestly, we have this boy here, but we want to still get items and stuff, so I don't want to kill him quite yet, especially if he doesn't respawn. So, let's go up and get the shortcut done. Alright, I have to talk about the key. No, that's the asylum. There we go. The cage key. So again, for the hanging cages in Sen's Fortress, we'll get to those. If a hapless adventurer becomes fatigued, so the idea is that if you exhaust yourself going through Sen's Fortress with all the traps and obviously the snake men, the idea is that the snake men, or the man serpents as they're often called, or in this case serpent men, instead they will not, instead of killing you, the idea is that they will lock you up in a cage. So the idea that while we are of course killed, the idea from a story perspective is they're not trying to kill us, they're just trying to knock us unconscious so they can, again, we're undead anyway, so in order to throw us in cages so they can later take us up to somewhere elsewhere. However, we will learn that's eventually the Duke's Archives, but that's only, you know, if they haven't forgotten you, right? Logan's an example of that. He got just left in that cage. He didn't get his chance to get out of there. To go up to Duke's Archives, hilariously enough. And he's absolutely hates it that he's been forgotten in that obscure corner of the fortress. Okay. Yeah. Lloyd is Gwyn's biological uncle, right? Yes. Must have been a situation where the first race of humanoids live in the shadows, must have had their own relations so far prior to the rise to power. Yes, as I talked about last stream, I think it was. But as I talked about in a previous stream... Oh. There we go. The entire idea with the evolution... Everything was rock. There were only the dragons, the trees, and the craggy rock foundation. Then with Fire and Disparity, we see the dragons become different kinds of archdragons. Then those archdragons become other races like wyverns. Even more distant ones become snakes like the Hydra. And then finally, we start seeing completely non-snake-like creatures. Things completely unrelated to the reptilian... Well, I should say completely unrelated. Stuff like basilisks and tree lizards obviously exist. But stuff that's completely unrelated. Beasts like animals, such as the giant beast skeletons we see there, the serpentine ancestor it had, and then finally those giant skeletons become the giants. We have stuff like the medials, who are likely a branch on that evolutionary tree, same with the pygmies or humans. So the idea is that all life all originates back to the dragons. The world had flora, fauna, and the foundation with which for it to flourish from the very start, and that's what allows the Dark Souls universe to exist in this world where fire invaded. Do we want to go here? No, actually. We want to keep going forward, because we want to get to Logan, so... So yeah, the idea that there were generations before Gwyn. Again, the cinematic is giving you a very condensed history. So you have to imagine someone explained to you the Big Bang to the 1600s in like 3 minutes. That's what the cinematic for Dark Souls 1 has to do. It has to do a lot of heavy lifting to get you up to speed on this world and the history leading up to the modern era with the Undead Curse, so... There we go. No, not that. Don't do your flippy flip. There we go. So, yeah. Lloyd is clearly a previous generation from Gwyn, so Gwyn was not the first. He didn't come out of the ether. He had a family. He had, his tribe went well before him. Not gonna do anything? Oh, okay. You won't see me complain. Oh. Dang it, I would have liked if I could get the third one in. There we go. Alright, we gotta do this one more time, chat. Reminds me of Latria. You don't need the boulder to free Logan, just use the Snake Man. With your back to the wall, just defend until he gets a thrust attack. Yeah, but I'd rather do this. Also clears the enemies, get this out of my hair. Alright, so first we gotta do it this way. All that rolling, leaving indents on the ground, huh? You can also just rest, quit out, and then go back in. That'll also break the wall for you, because the way the game has it, it breaks a bunch of stuff surrounding you when you load in to make sure that you don't, like, glitch into something or whatever, so... Alright, I think we're good here. Yep, we're good. That's a soul. Don't you love it when the thing hasn't even fully done and it's already moving like that? How sweet. Yeah, we've unlocked that. We went through here. Yeah, okay, we're all good. Alright, so I think Logan already left because... Oh no, Logan hasn't left because I haven't left the fortress. Coolio. Coolio.
Oh, hello. Don't mind me. Go on ahead. I'll be home later. I'll be just fine, young man.
So as we can see, Logan is pretty amiable.
Oh, hello.
At least when you have his attention. Alright, now, I never used the master key. I unlocked and saved Logan just now. That's what you saw, chat. Do not believe anything else otherwise. Oh, whatever. Soul of a hero. As we can see, even many heroes have challenged Sen's fortress, but none have prevailed. I can only imagine how many boulders are stacking up at the bottom of the Darkroot Garden. I can only imagine. I don't want to fall down there with this view, Estus. If this was Dark Souls 2, I bet there would be an enemy that would push the lever back and the boulder would run down the path. Yep! If that was Dark Souls 2, that would definitely happen. Nice. Alright, we could go here. We will go back to Firelink and have Logan show up. And then maybe we'll try our hand at the Titanite demons before we challenge the golem. Hey guys. Come on. Yes. That's it. Oh, okay. Oh my goodness. We'll be here forever! Get back here, you little... There we go. There we go. There we go! Backstab. Right through the butt. Hope you like that sticking up ya. Alright, now we can rest here. Woo! Soul of a Hero. I actually don't know how much that is. That might be 20k. That might be enough for a level up, honestly, so let's do it. Oh, it's only 10k. Okay. I'm crazy. But that's 5k. I think the Great Hero is the 20k one. Brave Warrior. Large Soul. Alright, this should be enough. Strength. Ah! I'm just short. Alright, time to kill some poor bozos at the parish. Let's go this way. The first two Titanite demons are not an issue, but the other two in the other room have tremendous stats, like it was a typing error. I'll keep that in mind, Scanty. Thanks. Woo! Do I have enough for the level up now, game? Nope. Need a little bit more, do I? Well. Alright, now I definitely do. Heading back down. But yeah, I think I want to try killing them, because then between them and the extra soul I have here, we should be able to get possibly a third level up squeezed out. And then we'll definitely be able to challenge Iron Golem with between our strength and our... Actually, what do I need to wield the spear? I can use it because it's basic, so yeah, no problems there. I'm not joking, they're like the most powerful Titanite demons. It makes no sense in the context of that area, Lamau. I wouldn't be surprised if there was a typo.
Oh.
Hello.
Miracle?
Yeah. We might need to consider getting stuff if we start killing bosses, too. So, what do we have? Great Heal Excerpt, Homeward. Honestly, nothing we care about. I already talked about that stuff, and I don't want any of the miracles. I am a man of God. I am a penitent thief, but I'm falling back on my old ways with this bloody knife. Hey, Logan. Welcome back. So Logan does get himself out of the fortress by himself if we beat the golem. So if we continue on to Anor Londo, he basically frees himself somehow. But until then, we freed him early, so we can come back here and learn some sorcery. Now first, we talk to Griggs.
Oh, hello again. I was waiting to tell you. Master Logan has returned.
Yes, I can see that.
He tells me that he has you to thank. Well, we are both in your debt now. Thank you, sincerely. He's just over there. Go along and have a chat.
Yeah, I can see him, mate.
Oh, hello. I appreciate the attention, but you really should speak to Master Logan. That will certainly do you more good.
So we can see how much he reveres Logan here.
Have you spoken to Master Logan? He is an accomplished scholar. The arts of sorcery would never have come this far without his contributions. And he has the nerve to go risking life and limb. What a stubborn old fellow.
Alright, now that's again another giant localization flub. That's not what he's actually saying or what he's laughing about. the idea is that Logan, of course, is someone who has, in Vinheim at least, made, again, the idea that Vinheim is the area where sorcery is the most popular in the world of man. It's because of Vinheim that sorcery has this mainstream appeal right now, similar to what we see in Demon Souls with Freck, who, you might be surprised to learn, but the sage or wise man Freck is actually a direct reference to the sage or wise man Logan. In fact, wise man Logan was the internal name for Freck in Demon Souls. So much like how Alant was called King Lendl, and that became the inspiration for Night King Rendell, we see the same parallel being done here between Freck and Logan. The idea, for whatever reason they called him Logan internally, that name ended up never being used. They went with the Gary and Frecky references from Norse mythology. Instead, Logan ended up sort of becoming his, the used for this new character in Dark Souls, who has a very similar role and disposition. Now, as you can see, Griggs still sells us the same stuff. Nothing special there. Teaches magic shield and things like that for defense. Again, we can a magic weapon. Again, the idea that swordsman tries to defend himself as a sorcerer. All the stuff that he might use in the course of his duties as a spy. Again, we see the rings related to Vinheim. The idea that if you're an archdragon and you bellow, you demonstrate the power of the archdragons with your bellowing roar, the sheer force of your voice. The idea being, of course, with sorcerers and how they chant sorceries and all that, the idea of the power of their sorceries is greater. And then the idea of a lingering dragon crest, the idea of teaching you as a sorcerer to be patient. Again, these are only granted to the most accomplished people, so those who really, really prove their merit at the dragon school. You know, sort of the valedictorian types. These, boost the length of your spell effects, because the idea is lingering, being patient. So again, Dark Souls 3 expands on this slightly, but this is a Dark Souls 3 lore play, so go watch that if you want to learn more there. But the idea here that the school obviously has very specific ideas, but it's all around the Archdragon. Well, as we learn, it's because Seath is the founder of sorcery. So the idea is that technically, Archdragons discovered sorcery. They are the fathers of sorcery, as it were. Similar to how, say, like, I don't know, Beethoven invented, say, the modern, like, so that type of classical music or what have you, right? Because I'm not a music expert. But the idea is that you might blame, like, the Germans or the Austrians or whoever as, like, oh, yeah, you know, Germans and Austrians, they're the one who discovered that specific brand of Beethoven music and all that stuff, right? Like, you kind of, like, give the entire group credit for what is technically an individual's accomplishment. That could have been an individual of any country, really. But the idea is that their country, their culture, their context brought it out. Same thing with the Archdragons. To be honest, I thought it was weird we never learned the name of the 12th king of Boletaria, given how central he is to the plot. He's just a bit old king who bears the Alant name. It is what it is, Adolphus. Why is he called Big Hat Logan? Scanty, I wonder why. It's a question for the ages. Why is he called Big Hat Logan? I don't understand. I mean, that looks like a kind of like a medium-sized hat, I'd say, but is it really a big hat? Gosh, we may never know the lore. Anyway, so we have the idea, of course, that Griggs is someone who, again, given that he's a spy, you have to wonder how he came about some of these spell texts and things. Did he get these formally, or did he not actually go through proper schooling? Did he take the secret class, as it were?
Have you spoken to Master Logan? He is an accomplice.
Yeah,
and he
so
has the nerve
this.
to go risking life and limb.
This here.
What a stubborn old fellow.
In fact, I'm going to bring up the exact line I translated as, because I want to make sure that I make no mistakes when I'm doing this from memory. So here we go. One sec. Very important I get this right. Okay, there we go. I got it in front of me now. Now, again, the idea here is when he says, yeah, so, like, Master's a great person. Sorcery's progress without him is unthinkable. Like, it's unthinkable to imagine. Logan has pioneered the art of sorcery for Vinheim in a way that no one else has in the world of man, right? Again, Seath maybe have invented it, but Vinheim and the world of man, who are trying to understand the sorcery which Seath first developed, the soul sorcery that we see, all of that is being carried on and progressed as it has, thanks to Logan and his discoveries, his research. Now, even though it's not because, oh, and he has the nerve to go risking life and limb, what a stubborn old fellow, ha 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 ha. It's even though it's because he is without any concern for others and unreasonable. So what Griggs is saying is that, you know, Logan has done so much for sorcery, despite the fact it's because he's an asshole. He causes trouble for everyone. He's annoying to work with. No one wants to deal with him. He's such a pain in the ass, but honestly, he's such a troubling man. Ha 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 ha. That's why that Griggs is making that line. Localization completely screwed it up. He's not, oh, you risk life and limb. Please, give me a break. This is how you can tell the localizer had no idea what the frick they were reading. Or they just glanced at it and didn't read through it properly. But anyway, c'est la vie. The point here is, of course, that Logan, as Rickert alludes to in his dialogue, is a pain in the ass. He caused a lot of trouble for the Dragon School, being the type of person he is. He's antisocial. He wears this giant hat to block out sight and hearing of other people, so he can focus on the research in front of him. He doesn't want to deal with other people. He's antisocial. He wants to, and not antisocial that, as we see, he can be very amiable and, you know, like a sweet guy to talk to, but only when it's of his interest. We're saving him so he can do his sorcery. We're studying from him sorcery. All of that is related to Logan. Sorry there. All of that is related to Logan trying to do the things that he likes, what he wants. He's not someone who likes to, deal with other people. And as Scanty mentioned earlier, Griggs never gets mentioned by Logan. Now, clearly, Griggs has talked to Logan, but we never see these interactions, and we never see Logan reference Griggs back. And again, Griggs never makes a claim to being Logan's apprentice in Logan's presence. So clearly, what we're dealing with here is a case where, hey, Griggs the spy may be here to spy on Logan, make sure that he's try to get his research materials and things, isn't necessarily here in order to, at least expressly as Logan's apprentice. This is, of course, especially relevant because Vinheim would want to have all of that sorcery knowledge, which made Logan, that Logan pioneered and made their current understanding so advanced. So, they want those unique spells.
Hello there. I was expecting you. As promised, I will share my sorceries. I'm afraid that you are unable to learn
I'm too
the
stupid!
basic framework, you see. It cannot be taught. Do not fret. Life isn't all about sorcery. You will find your own way.
My intelligence, my ability to reason is too low, chat.
With your head high.
So, I can't use logic, chat. I'm stupid. So again, we don't have a basic aptitude for sorcery. We don't have the ability to reason, to use logic, to think with our brains in the way that is necessary in order to study the art of sorcery. So, darn. Now, one sec. Gonna switch over to chat so I can see you guys. And we're going to take a 2-minute break so I can get myself a water and blow my nose and stuff like that. And I'm back. Oh boy, that had to be the first time I had to blow my nose all year, I think. I was stuffy all of a sudden. It's probably because of the weather. Anyway. Let's see. He's just, you know what they say about big hats? I don't know, Scanty. What do they say about big hats? He has MPT according to DSM. Speaking of localization, do we have any idea why the Dark Souls 2 localization was so bad with names like Vendrick, Nashandra, and Seldora all being so different when they are in Japanese? They do that because the Japanese names are stupid. That's why. It's not a matter of accuracy or like, oh, they don't know how to read the names. It's a matter of these names are stupid, so we're changing them so that they sound like actual names. Like Nashandra sounds like a name. Nashandra does not sound like a name. Vanclad, you can argue, sounds like a name, but it sounds really dumb and generic compared to Vendrick. Vendrick sounds just cooler, snappier. Again, Dark Souls 1 is the same thing. Solaire isn't called Solaire. His name in Japanese is Solar. That's right, you heard me. Solar. Do you want to call Sunlight Bro Solar all the time? You already thought his name Solaire was too on the nose, but it's literally just the English word solar. For reference, Dark Souls 3 does the same thing. Aldrich is just the English Eldritch. Eldritch. The giant Lovecraftian Eldritch horror is called Eldritch. Miyazaki, why? So yeah, I will not fault the localization for changing these names. Japanese people don't have a sense of what Western names should sound like. I'm just gonna say it. Alrighty. Too stupid! Ha ha ha! Yeah, I'm too stupid, Santy, laugh it up. When you don't have a soul, you won't need to drink water or blow your nose. Made in Estrella was cutting them some slack. Made in Estrella did nothing wrong. Yes. I don't know, man. Solar's a cool-ass name. I'm gonna assume you're joking, Scanty, or else my opinion of you goes down by about 200 points. Anyway, what do you got to say?
Hello there. Glad to see you alive.
Oh. Oh, I see. Gotcha. Gotcha. I see how it is. Anyway, we shall now endeavor to continue. Hey, buddy. I made it to Sense Fortress.
I am pleased to...
Yeah. Anything new to say? Oh, God.
Those who seek...
Nope. Okay. Gotcha. Nothing. Alrighty now, let's get our next level up in. And move on. I want to be a solar unicorn. I don't know about unicorn. Though, actually, doesn't Solaire have, like, a feather or something on its helm? So I guess you could consider that a horn. I guess, in some vague, abstract sense. It might be because you're a native English speaker, Loki, but from foreigners, some English names just sound cooler, even if they sound dumb for you. I'm sure that's true for every language, but yeah. For me, I'm like, yeah, please. I don't want to just go around talking to Solar. Solaire is enough flair where I'm like, okay, same with Aldrich. It's just different enough that you're like, okay, I get the reference, but it doesn't sound like you just copy-pasted English words. I'm so glad you guys appreciate my language much more than I do and having to listen to it applied to people's names. Woo! Anything we need from Andre? No. Actually, we could upgrade our bonk weapon. Actually, we might want to upgrade a new bonk weapon even, because we have big bonk now. But I don't know, maybe small bonk is better. Maybe small is better. Anyway, let's go deal with our friendly neighborhood Titanite demons. Curses! Curse me needing... I always make that mistake! Curse me needing 2 hands in order to run when I want to drink. Come on. Dang it. I need more... Okay, we're going back into the endurance race, chat. my strength is good, but holy hell, do I need that endurance. I need to slash more. I need to be the horror movie ghost. Because right there, I could have totally beaten that guy. Well, English is my fourth language. Cool, man. Cool to know. Always appreciate the multilingual people, right? Oh. Well. I'll be honest, I wasn't happy with that life anyway. That's what I get for getting, going easy. Alright. Alright, chat. Let's do this right. Oh no, big scary snake man, whatever will I do? Ah. Oh no, whatever will I do? Ah. There we go. Yeah, if I just get a little extra endurance and get that last hit in, I could do some real damage to folks. Between bleed and the raw power I'm pumping out, nothing will be able to stand in my way. Alright, so let's go for the plunging, right? Oh, okay, sure. Yeah, you do that. Here you got my stamina. Ah, darn, I didn't dodge roll in time. I don't know if I could have. There we go. There we go. Woo! Demon Titanite. And once that's done, we don't have to worry about this ring anymore for going through all this. Come on, come down. Come on, come down. Oh, that's why there was nobody down there. Because you guys had fallen down and gotten yourselves killed already. Cool. Fine, whatever. Yeah, that was a dumb idea, wasn't it? Especially after the jump happened. I was like, who knows? Maybe he'll miss me and I'll be able to get this off. There we go, thank you. I needed that more than you. No tail swipe? Ah, darn. I'll do this. Darn. Yeah, okay. I need to get away from there in that situation. That's all that mattered. Woo! Also, I could have hit you, though, and you would have just died, so... Woo! Demon Titanite! I wrote a Christmas card to my college in Latin. He wasn't happy, though. Well, poor demon. Poor Titanite demon. What did he do to deserve this? Okay, let's see how bad this is, Scanty. Like you said. How awful could this possibly be? Oh, no. Well, that's not a wait. Oh, my good... My weapon's gonna break before you die. Oh, yeah, and you... Of course, you don't have... Alright, we gotta drag you to the other room if we're gonna do this. If not, we're skipping you. Come on. Go on, drag yourself over here. Whoop. Oh my. Yeah. You grab when I'm not even close to you. I like that. Yeah, okay, these stats are stupid. Yeah, this is just dumb. Yeah, we're not doing that. Iron Golem awaits. We're just gonna do the Golem. I told you about the Titanite demons, bro. You did, Scanty, and you were right. You were 100% right. Did you try to bleed a demon? Yes, I tried to bleed a demon. You never know. You never know. Just because he's made of stone doesn't mean he doesn't have blood, as we'll see shortly, but... Sure, he's a piece of Titanite with a soul power being used for a curse due to the death of the blacksmith deity, but, like, you never know. It could work. Get over here, buddy. Bye-bye. Now, again, we can summon Tarkus for this fight up ahead, which is perfectly fine. Nothing crazy there. Actually, you know what? Let's deal with this giant first, so we can get him out of the way for the future, because we don't need to open up anywhere anymore. Gosh, you're tanky. There we go. But you're dead. Again, big, burly, giant slaves. You can easily see how they might have built the Undead Burg. Alright, no more of this. Giant respawns. Darn. This one, of course, respawns. Oh well, at least we got the death. Right! I'm stupid! I think you still need to kill the one that opened the gate-free chunk. Oh, that's right. I gotta get there. Damn automatic arrows. Yeah, okay, we'll do that other giant. Can we get to him, though? That's the question. I don't recall if I've gotten to him in past playthroughs, but I probably have. Come on, we'll kill at least one of you, and then we'll continue. Come on. Come on. Oh. That plan did not go anything whatsoever like I wanted. At least one of them hit you, so... Oh. There we go. Alright, that's done. Why didn't you get BF at Sens? What do you mean by BF? It drops big Titanite. I'm trying to think what BF stands for, but got nothing. Yeah, I get you. Come on. There we go. Take it. Well, there goes 9k souls, chat. That was because I was greedy. That's fine. That's like one round at Darkroot Garden. It's not the biggest deal. Let's just get to that shortcut this time. And stop being dumb. Boyfriend at Sens? Where? Bonfire. Oh, yeah, I did get the bonfire at Sens, I-Man. I just rested here, so I'm back here. Plus, because I want the 20 souls. Right. Okay. I don't even care. What? Okay, fine. Oh my. I swear, I am stupid! I almost want to die right now and reset. There we go! You finally killed me. Yeah, so I didn't get the bonfire because it only lets me have 5 Estus. I'd rather have 20 from this rest when we go into the boss fight, just in case. I think I should be fine as long as I stay on the center platform and just go pokey pokey. But we shall see. As we progress forward here, I have lots of souls that I need to get. Come on. Oh. Just out of range. Oh, of course. I'm gonna waste all this extra Estus I have. Oh my. There we go. That's one of you. Ah, darn. Dang it, King. Yeah, backstab! 1, 2. Woo! Alright, so where does that last giant... You know, we're not even going to care about the giant, because we can always get him at any point. We'll focus on getting the boss done. We'll focus with dealing with the boss. Alright, let's get up. So again, we can summon Tarkus for this fight, but we're not going to. Because I don't want to go through the trouble of getting my 1 humanity for human form, and anything could go wrong, and yada yada yada. So instead, we're just gonna do what we do with our boss fights and just kill the boss. Is there an item here that I want to get? I don't think so. I don't think there's anything I want to drop down and grab, so... Oh. Well, not like I have much of a choice now. Now I could go that way, so... I don't see anything, so I'm gonna assume there isn't. All the way back at the bottom, darn. Would be cool if the Snake Man biting attack would apply toxic. We see this with the tree lizards. They do apply poison when they bite you, right? The twin-headed snake-headed lizards, yeah. So like, it works. It can be done. Maybe an idea for a Scholar of the First Sin version of Dark Souls 1. No! Scanty, don't distract me with your hilarious humor while I'm on very thin platforms. This is a you problem, not a me problem, clearly. Alright, we're just gonna go straight for the boss. Nothing else matters. No more screwing around. Of course. Oh. There we go. Oh, of course. God! So little posture damage gets done with that R2 on this dagger. That's the biggest problem with it. If you can't break posture, you really can't get that second R2 flurry stab off. Alright. I'm safe now, biatch! I told you about the Zen's Fortress, bro! Did you, get a hidden item? Which hidden item are you talking about, I-Man? Need to know. Yeah, you know, don't worry about, like, spoiling me by being like, oh, there's a hidden item! Believe me, I published a book on this game. I know about the items. My expertise is in the gameplay side of things, but... So we're gonna kill you first. Then we're gonna drop down here. Then we're gonna drop here, and then we're gonna do this. And then I'm not gonna look at chat while on precariously thin platforms. Let's see, we go this way. And back up. Okay. Man, that Duke's Archive, so far away. So close. Okay. So, for the sake of this battle, we shall be doing as Scanty suggests and try just using the Lightning Spear. I just pyromancied this bastard whenever I played before, so we'll see how this works. Now again, the idea with this golem is, of course, it's an artificial construct with a lot of power. The ability to actually create bursts of air gusts with its single swing. The idea that Miyazaki wants to showcase is it is strong. Oh. Thanks, buddy. I appreciate it. Oh. Well, I'm dead. Yep. Yeah, I gotta get in the center platform and try to bait him over first. Trying to just, like, stay under his legs and stuff is too risky. Oh, Cody's Gold Serpent Ring? Yeah, we got that already, I-Man. That's all good. Now again, you could actually bleed. You can, in fact, as you can see, when you hit the golem, he bleeds, despite the fact he is just an empty suit of armor with a soul. This is one of the first hints that blood exists not as a product of biological life itself necessarily, but as a product of the soul. The soul creates blood as a sort of medium from which it operates through in life. So therefore, even a suit of armor that just has a soul as its core can bleed. Yeah, no. I much prefer my bleed weapon for these guys. Whoop. Oh my! For some reason, I'm switching when I wanna just, you know, not two-hand. Come on. Perfect. Going through the forest. up into the fortress. Sen's old castle, man. So fun. It's honestly not that bad once you know the traps. It just requires you to know the traps. And they mix you up quite a bit. Oh. Alright. Thank you. We shall do this as many times as it takes. It does feel like it might be worthwhile upgrading this spear, but for the time being, I'm pretty satisfied. Especially since I don't think we're going to get much value out of it after this. Okay, controller, don't crap out on me now. There we go. The sniper is down. Alright, so no longer do we have to deal with the giant throwing fire bombs on us on this fight, so... Come on. Again, the idea of great strength and force and this giant massive suit of armor, and yet he uses it with surprising speed and deftness. Can we make it? Oh, nope. Can't make it work, chat. Not enough endurance. Oh. Whoa. Don't knock me off. Thank you. I appreciate it. Whoop. You know what? Let's just compare. Yeah, not the same damage, not even close. Again, bleeding, despite the fact that it's just an empty suit of armor. Ooh. Yep. Yep. Enough. Alright, that's enough blood. Alright. We can't knock him off with his use his weight against him. Oh. There we go. We will just kill him like this. The core of an iron golem! So again, as I was talking about earlier, you can see more clearly at this angle how there are holes in the mouths. That one's not very, very good. Ooh, 48k, that's a lot of souls. This one we actually want to rest at the bonfire and come back then, because we don't want to risk losing that, but yeah, okay, that's even worse, so... Maybe here at this angle. Yeah, there we go. As we can see, there's holes in the mouths of these draconic gargoyles, giving us the idea that, again, fire breathing. The use of it is that this would be the walls here, these thick stone walls. You'd stand in for, be like, alright, next trainee, step forward, and begin! You have like a line of them, like all three, and they'd be like, I can handle this he! A real archdragon's gonna be worse than this, you punk! And Orlando drill sergeant, I want to see it. Havel was the drill sergeant, just watch. Before he went off on Seath, he used to really be hard on the Silver Knights. Be elegant! Be silver! Withstand the heat! Anyway. Moving on here, we can again see how the area into Anor Londo has been bricked up. This would be the main entrance for humans trying to enter the city through this border outpost. So Sen is the Iron Golem. Is Sen a person? Yeah, so Sen is very, based on the way the name is written in Japanese with katakana, yes, Sen is most likely a character. Who is Sen? Clearly seems to be the commander in charge of the fortress of, again, it's called Sen's Old Castle, so the idea seems to be that probably the person who was put in charge of managing this place. The name Sen, as I've said in past streams, is also homophone with the Japanese term for war or battle. Again, Sen, when written in kanji, that's what it means. So there is in fact a wordplay going there. So I don't think it goes much beyond that. Anyway, we will, as we can see here, a yellow or orange, depending on how you look at it, golden aureole or holy ring, a ring of light, as it were. The idea, of course, being is that you could call it a halo, much like how we know that from the... Oh, we don't have the ring yet. Much like how the white seance ring, again, a white priest ring, tells us about how Lloyd has a... especially when we get the golden... what's it called? Gold coin, that the Sen is someone who, Lloyd is someone who has his own white halo or white aureole, white ring of light, which goes around it. Again, associating the gods with light. We, of course, also see how this white ring of light is associated with the holy magic that the Way of White uses and things of that nature. In contrast to the black ring that's associated with heathen elements. Alright, back to the endurance game. Because I want more, I want to stab things more. I want to go stabby stabby. Okay, what can I... How many slices do I have right now? 4, 5. Okay, we want to get to the 6, so we want to go a little farther. We'll go up to 40. But first, Anor Londo. Touch the golden Cheerio. I don't think Sen's Fortress was OSHA compliant. It is not compliant with OSHA standards. I think you're right there, Scanty. Oh. Well, no. We shall now endeavor to finally reach the capital of the gods. Now, as the Ring of the Iron Golem tells us, well, since I'm safe here. Oh, wait, right, it's in basic stuff. It is a core, but it's clearly a soul. The idea is that they took a bone of an archdragon. It's, again, archdragons are, quote-unquote, everlasting, unperishing. The idea is that because they have a stone scales, their stone bodies allow them to be immortal. They will never decay, as it were, over time. You know, they won't disappear or be forgotten with the annals of time. They're a rock. Now, obviously, we have the idea of rock and erosions to wind and water and things like that. But the traditional idea of a rock is that it's eternal. It's forever. It just sort of stays there and sticks forever. Like, it doesn't move. It doesn't change. It just sort of, again, just stays. So, the idea of this constant, everlasting eternity that dragons have. Now, to that point, the idea is that we combine the qualities of that dragon bone, again, and probably the soul that's attached to it, with just a standard powerful big soul, as we see here, and they give the golem the power, so it can have that strength, that hardiness, that ability to move so deftly, even with a heavy iron body that it has. Obviously, it's super big, so it should be much harder, but it has both the strength and speed to work quite well. So, the power of a dragon is what enabled that. So we get the idea how, even if you want to ignore the notion that the primordial serpents, the world serpents, might have egged the lords on into the dragon hunts, which, again, I am subscribed to that. I go over in Abyssal Archive, buy my book now, check the description, as I said earlier. But even if we go with that notion, the idea that the lords would want to challenge the dragons does, in fact, make sense on its own, as obviously we can see how dragon bones can really help. The power of these dragons can be used to advance their technology, and we will talk more about that when we return to New Londo and the Valley of Drakes. Now, let us look at this Ring of Light, and what do we see? We examine it. in the process of examining this little key, it's a sign that we are ready to leave. And the Batwing demons come down. Now we've seen Goathead demons. We've seen Bullhead demons. Now we see Batwing demons. These are Chaos demons, but unlike other Chaos demons, they have the power of lightning. Not any raw thing that you might expect. And there's Anne Orlando. Over the walls! Who is Rickard? Can he be sent? No, Rickard, as I said earlier in the stream, Rickard is a human undead from Astora who was a prince, and he ended up coming here as one of many heroes who challenged Sen's Fortress, and he ended up dying and becoming a hollow. So that's it. Nothing special there. And what about Sen 100 Silver Knight? As we see with the Silver Knight statues and stuff, they were likely used as trading poles and things of that nature. Anyway, I'm not going to repeat myself too much for stuff I've already said in this stream, because again, for VOD viewers and things like that, you can always rewatch if you need to. A nice fun fact I learned recently is that Thorland and Anne Orlando sound very similar in Japanese. Yes, as I said in past streams here, Thorland is more accurately Solondo. The idea being is that just as Anne Orlando in Tolkien's Sindarin means Haven of the Sun, very fitting. Thorland, where Lloyd seems to reside, in the center of the Way of White, as its like the holy capital, as it were, it is also a haven of the sun, though this case sun is written in Latin. Now again, we have the idea of this massive capital, metropolis for the gods. We're dropped off at the top. The Chaos Demon, let's go back up and say hi to him. This Chaos Demon uses the bone of his kindred for weapons, like we see with the other Chaos Demons in their culture. So again, a very clear cultural thing. But unlike the Chaos Demons down in Isleth, we see that these have bloodied hands still stained with blood, and their weapons use lightning instead of just raw might or whatever. Don't even use flame or anything like that. So again, we get the idea that these demons are in fact traitors. They betrayed their own kindred, and they still have their hands soiled with blood, but it let them be honored by Gwyn and rewarded for their betrayal and service in their effort against the Chaos Demons. Again, we will talk more about that going forward as we progress. Thorland is Solondo. Not soul as in a soul, as in it's written more as the Latin soul meaning sun, I-man. Soul is written slightly differently in Japanese, especially when you compare Thorland to the soul as it's called in this game. Although sometimes the kanji for soul is used, which is always funny when that happens. As we can see here, these giants, these are referred to as giant sentinels in English. In Japanese, they're referred to, the term sentinel can mean, like, guard. So the idea is that these are the giant guards of Anne Orlando. The point being, of course, is to distinguish them from the other guards we will see, which are more like royal guards, which we will, again, talk about them when we get further into Anne Orlando. I'm going to die here if I'm not careful, Smile. Why am I blocking without a shield? Why am I stupid? Again, we can see how they wear brass armor. We've seen how the gargoyles of the undead Berg similarly had copper-derived ornamentation for armor, but these are actual armor that they can use because, as we can see, they are actually just creatures of flesh protecting the city. So as we can see here, a giant, even though the giants are slaves, they can and have been uplifted to the rank of guards and the like. They can move up in the world so long as they devote themselves to the gods. Now we see two statues on this upper rampart area as we go through for our mission. One of them is, of course, Ornstein, who we will encounter as a boss. We can see here how his marble statue has been made, and he has this gold, or again, maybe hard to tell, but maybe bronze spear. Notice the cross guard that it has. As Miyazaki points out, it was designed with the idea you could put your full body weight behind it, so that way you could really thrust in deep. It increases the piercing power, which was very important for when you're trying to pierce stone scales. Come on. Don't make me. Don't make... I will do it. I'll do it. Where is it? I'll do it. I'll throw this at you and try to get you to come near. Because I don't trust you. There we go. Anyone back there? Nope. Okay, we got some room. Come on. Come on, buddy. There we go. That's what we wanted. There we go. Got the bleed. We don't have to worry about this anymore, so we can get rid of this. I should have got rid of it for the Iron Golem fight, to be honest. What do we want? We want poise. We want to break people's poise as much as possible. Yeah, nothing else matters but poise. Because I still have my fast rolling. We also don't care for this right now. Ouch. I thought I could dodge roll right after, but I can't. Come on, come over here. Come on. There we go. Nice. Could get the bleed off, except unless that was that at the end, but... Just gotta make sure. Yeah, it's curls fine. So again, Demon Titanite, again, giving us the idea that, again, the idea of a chest is to convey ownership, with a mimic adding extra security to that ownership for whatever it is. The idea, of course, being that Demon Titanites, Titanite demons would be encountered here en masse, and those who weren't captured and sent to Sed's Fortress as an additional trial were instead, as we see here, killed, and the Titanite seems to have been stored on the spot, essentially. So, like, a Titanite demon appeared around here, it was wandering around in this area, they killed it, and they decided, okay, let's quickly store this away. This little extra Titanite we could take from it and look at it later. Huh, so was Thorland another localization fail? Shouldn't it be Solondo, sorry, mistype? Yes, I would argue it's probably a localization fail. They didn't understand what the actual name was, so they changed it. I agree. It should be Solondo. If there was ever a remake of this game, I would hope the developers wouldn't keep with this name and they would actually try to reflect it accurately. Because it's obviously very lore relevant to understanding Lloyd, his mindset, and what exactly Thorland was supposed to accomplish when the Way of White was established. Which again, we'll talk about more when we get back to Tomb of the Giants. As we can see here, a bonfire. And a firekeeper. Wearing, as we see, brass armor, much like what we see with the giants outside. Brass is very important. It is almost considered a holy metal to the gods of Anor Londo, the way it is used. Now, we see the medials use copper-derived metals, silver, and gold. So brass, bronze, things of this nature. So we, of course, have the idea, of course, of a Bronze Age and Iron Age and all that stuff. But the point I'm trying to make here is that the use of brass and bronze for a Bronze Age makes sense in the context of this universe, because not only may it be easier for smiths to develop it, it's easier for you to infuse the power of lightning into it. Why do I say that? Because the power of lightning is electricity, essentially. You would want metals with high conductivity rate, and one of the metals with the highest conductivity rates, copper, silver, and gold. Well, ain't that funny? We find silver knights, gold Ornstein armor, and of course, the various copper-derived metals that are worn in Anor Londo, so bronze and brass in that nature. So this gives us the idea that the medials learned to infuse the power of lightning into these metals, which are more conductive, and that is why they developed in this direction with their culture and society. Really kind of neat little detail there. Anyway, let's rest.
Well, you are a rare visitor.
Yes.
Welcome to the lost city of Anor Londo.
When she says lost, she means abandoned.
If you seek Lord Gwyn's old keep, exit here.
We want to go to his feudal lord's castle home.
A revelation shall visit thee.
Right? Okay, we get a revelation from Guinevere.
Depends upon you.
So again, she's a firekeeper here, giving us a chance to rest. So again, bonfires are pretty arbitrarily placed. We can't say how many of them are actual canonical, especially with the idea that they are extensions of a firekeeper. So if there's no firekeeper, how can there be a bonfire? So the only 3 bonfires we can definitely say for certain do in fact exist are this one here, the one in Firelink Shrine, and the one with the Fair Lady. All the others are probably just there for gameplay purposes and aren't at least story or lore relevant. Obviously, when we kill the Firekeeper, the bonfire itself disappears. Because again, she is the flame made manifest, essentially, with the way she connects herself. So that's just worth noting. So after all these challenges from Firelink Shrine, where normally undead would operate with their bonfires and stuff like that, right? We finally make our way through ringing the Bells of Awakening, opening Sen's Fortress, overcoming the Iron Golem, which could be set up again and again, because again, it's a idea of a trial, something you could repeat, something that the Iron Golem could have been defeated before, we just happened to take its soul this time. Because again, we're apparently a greedy guts, and we always take boss souls from those we slay. We don't leave it to chance and let someone else loot it like we do when we go to these various corpses that still have souls left on the body. So, the point is that, good old, Dark Moon Knight is here, is giving us a much-needed reprieve after everything we've been through in Sens.
If you require rest, now is the time. That is, after all, what the bonfire is for.
Right, so it exists for us undead to take a break, relax, find reprieve, get accustomed to fire. Evan, Lamau, never mind, my sound was way off. No, it's okay.
What is it? What am I?
Well,
Well,
so when she says, "What am
keeper
I?"
of the bonfire. If not for me, what beacon would there be in this lost city?
Again, that's her point.
A gatekeeper and a guide. That is my calling.
So again, the point she's trying to make is, we're asking about her. Say, who are you? And the Japanese, the English words as like, what am I or whatever. But the point is like, we're trying to ask about, who is she? What are you here? What are you doing? She's like, well, I'm the firekeeper. If I wasn't here doing this thing, where would you get a bonfire in this place, right? So again, the idea that any other bonfires we might encounter here aren't necessarily canonical. The point is that she's the one who's making sure that a bonfire exists for us, the hero, in order to challenge. Again, we're looking here, we're trying to go to Gwyn's his royal manor, his old feudal lord's castle homes type of deal, and the idea is that in order to get there, we have to press through Anne Orlando, and she's giving us the bonfire with which to prepare for that journey ahead. Again, respawning at the bonfire isn't canon. The idea is more like how it's done in Sekiro with the whole, bleh, I'm dead on the floor. But not really. I'm able to come back after any, random amount of time, depending on what the plot requires. What about Gwendolyn Bonfire? Same deal there, I-Man. The bonfires exist more so for gameplay convenience than necessarily narrative importance. That isn't to say we can't have bonfires without firekeepers. Later games do make that clear with, say, the primal bonfires or the bonfire in Ariandel, which Frida outright points to. So, like, it is possible, but we can't confirm which ones actually do exist besides the ones that have firekeepers attached, because they're the reason they're supposed to exist. And the way other characters act is that there aren't as many bonfires that we find in our journey.
If you require rest,
Yeah.
the bonfires attended by the keepers are special.
Uh-huh.
They are linked to one another, and their flames never die.
Oh, yeah.
Yet never shall the keepers of these flames meet.
So they're all connected, but the actual firekeepers will never actually meet each other despite that connection. They all stay here, keeping the bonfire sort of lit for all eternity, lit in a network, well, so long as the firekeeper's alive.
If you require rest, that...
Okay. You don't have anything else, so there we go. Let's repair. The feeling when no Gwendolyn boyfriend. No Gwendolyn BF. Gwendolyn is forever alone. He has no boyfriend. We will now over here, and we see how opposite Ornstein is a statue of Smo. I don't think we need to worry about this, but just in case. Again, we can see how a statue of Smo has been added. Well, that's weird, because Smo is supposed to be an executioner. Why would they make a statue for just an executioner? Well, he is a boss that we have to face, and we'll talk more about that when we get to the Smo boss fight. But just keep that in mind. The fact that they went to the trouble of giving him a statue up here at some point, it could, such as, say, when this, about 100 years ago when this mission was first set up, for us who travel here, we get to see the two foes we must overcome in a trial. Oh, well, we'll see how that goes. There's a lot to talk about Smo going forward. Come on. Come on. Go on a little bit farther in. I want some room. Oh. Frickin' my man sliding on this marble. Oh my god, die. This should be safe. I say that and he's gonna like hit the mimic accidentally and make my life a lot harder. Yeah, imagine what we could do with extra stamina. Yeah, we could stun lock these guys. So we need to keep upping our endurance as much as possible. Again, despite what many people like to think, Smo's face is not in fact where the actual face you can see on the helmet is. That's actually in the head area. His eyes are actually right below where the face is. You see those little creases there? That's where the lines in the helmet that lets you see out of them are. So above those eyes there, but below the face. That's where Smo's face would actually be. He's not the tiny-headed person here. Although we do get the idea that he has this big, hulking sumo armor. The actual armor, especially as we see in concept art, shows that it's not necessarily the case. It's just the armor is kind of bulky that way. Obviously, with a name like Smo, the reference, of course, is to the Japanese word sumo. So again, sumo wrestling and all that. You can, I think you can see why. We look inside this chest. Twinkling Titanite. Oh! Twinkling Titanite. We got those from crystal lizards. But now we find it near Seath's archives. Over there. Well. Oh. Yes. There we go. Again, one extra slice, I think would make these guys pushovers. But again, we can see how the idea is that all of these items are related to the Duke's archives. So a Twinkling Titanite and the crystal lizards who make them, are they all connected to Seath? Well, of course, combine that with the rainbow blood we see with Seath's crystal golems and stuff. The answer should be obvious, but we shall endeavor to talk more about them when we get to there. Again, the idea that the power of Gwyn has been used in order to create these seals, but it's not necessarily Gwyn himself who erected these seals, because as items mostly got in New Game Plus after we beat the final boss will tell us, Gwyn gave out his power to his clan, of which there were many. The clan of gods is very big, he has a large tribe, and so there's a lot of power going around. So virtually, theoretically, any god could have put up those barriers. But if it wasn't necessarily Gwyn, who else could it have been? And why? And when? Questions, for which we shall explore when we get the Lord Vessel. Now, we will first deal with this. I don't know why I'm not getting it, but okay. There we go. We kill and a crystal halberd. Oh! Someone didn't want us to get a crystal halberd. So the Twinkling Titanite, that was okay, it's just some Titanite. But a full weapon of a crystal variety? Crystallized by Seath? So there's this implication that there was a conflict, a little dispute over here between Anor Londo and the Grand Archives over in this little border area. And clearly, as Seath is still there in the Regal Archives, or as the Japanese calls it, the Gods Library, the Gods Archives, the idea here is that, so Seath managed to fend off and keep this fortified castle of his defended, and Anor Londo ended up not being able to push him out. In the end, they were able to kill some folks, take those items, and store them on the spot, like we talked about with the Titanite Demon on the other side. One of them they put in a mimic, because They were worried of that power of crystal being used against them. Very, very interesting. Smo is Gwendolyn's boyfriend. Who the hell sculpted these statues anyway? You got lots of giants here. I guess the giant blacksmith, he had to do the metalworking for the weapons at least, right? Gwendolyn's known in Dark Souls 3. Yeah, Gwendolyn's now forever in Aldrich's gut. They'll be together forever. Unless you're talking about Yorshka. At which point, yeah, he's not alone in that sense either, but I much find it more hilarious to think about Aldrich. Say, can we consider Aldrich Gwendolyn's boyfriend? They're together all the time. They're pretty damn intimate, close. Their bodies are always touching, naked. I'm just saying. Sounds pretty gay, if you ask me. As we see here, the gargoyles. Now, this bronze looks more gold compared to the more silvery bronze stuff that we saw with the other gargoyles. Can we get them? Oh. Can we get you to shoot lightning? There we go. Oh, no, you don't. Okay. Now, unlike the fire-breathing ones, these guys will jump in the air and shoot lightning. So the idea, of course, being that unlike, the other gargoyles, these are more advanced, that they're able to use the power of lightning and not just fire. The power of sunlight specifically. Oh my god, stop flying. Oh my. Let me get your frickin' tail! Or shoot lightning in the sky. Whoop. Whoop. Again, despite the fact that these are stone statues brought to life with the power of souls, they too bleed. They act as quote-unquote creatures, living things. With blood to match. Yeah, that's what I wanted. And now you're dead. Again, we also got the gargoyle shield. Nice. Again, the idea being is that this is basically just a prop. It's not really needed. It's just for decoration. Because again, they are made of stone. They don't really need the extra mineral element to protect them because they already got it. So it doesn't really function that well in comparison. But again, the idea of how important the idea of copper-derived metals, bronze and brass, are to Anor Londo. Now, this one tells us that they are guarding the Bell of Awakening only. I feel like there was a mix-up there, because the other tail weapon we get tells us how they also guard... oh, we don't have it here. Oh, or patrolling Anor Londo, right? So, like... feel like somebody messed up somewhere. But anyway, the point is that with this we get the idea of how these gargoyles originate from Anor Londo. They are supplied to the Undead Parish for the mission and can be replaced as needed, but obviously the gods are not going to give their most advanced gargoyles to the humans. That's a risk they're not willing to take, so they are going to just give them some lesser versions that can be used for the trials that should be appropriate for training up undead. We can see here again, more Titanites. Again, the idea, we'll find lots of this in this area, telling us how much that there are tons of slabs that were present that turned into demons after the death of the blacksmith god. Again, we talked about in previous stream the idea that the blacksmith deity seems to have died in the course of being captured. Curious, curious, based on the way, the form that the Titanite demons take. Alright, nothing else here. We can press onward. Actually... we're going to level up first, because I have a lot of souls, and I don't want to lose them on the rafters of the painting gallery. Is Smo Aldrich? No. Aldrich is his own character. If I was Anor Londo, I'd just destroy the crystal weapons and not put them in mimics. Hey, you never know, could be useful, but we need to have our lore presented to us somehow, Scanty. And there's probably so much more going on at the time, they weren't in the mood to just try to break it. They were like, okay, let's just throw it away and we'll figure out what to do with it later. So what, when Nameless lost, he lost archives and got banished? Huh? Nameless, you're gonna have to rephrase that, I-Man, because I cannot decipher it is what you're trying to type to me. I'm pretty sure the bleed, because this knife sound effect just makes everything bleed, Lamau. No, it works with like standard weapons too, so. Again, we want to use an item here. Is there anything I want from Iron Golem? No. The stuff we get from Iron Golem just basically, again, makes a point of how strong and powerful he is and how he caused many a hero who challenged Sen's Fortress to get to Anor Londo had failed against him. So, I guess, would be more accurate, but anyway. Really? Is that not enough? Okay. How much more do I need? 4. We can get 4K, I think. Come on, get over here. Come on. Come on, buddy. There we go. There we go. And you, just to be extra safe. Yeah, just imagine if we had this. Perfect. Alright. We shall now challenge the painting gallery. There's a theory that Nameless King lost something and got banished, so can that be the archives he lost? I don't know where the basis for that theory is. There's a lot. He did lose his deific status, but that's unrelated. Well, okay, the archives do play, the loss of the archives do play a role. Again, I will talk more about Nameless King and how that happens when we get to the Royal Manor and all that stuff. Like, that'll probably be next stream. We'll just try to unlock the way to Anor Londo this stream, but like, believe me when I say this, you're going to want to watch next stream when we go through the Royal Manor. There's going to be a lot of Anor Londo lore dumps there. And a lot of correcting or helping alleviate confusion regarding events in the timeline. Suffice to say, Gwyn's firstborn, or the Nameless King as he's known in 3, he did not handle things very well. Not well at all. He did not inherit his father's political acumen, I will say that. He ain't a good politician. He just a big dumb warrior. He good at fighting, that it. That's it. Not the qualities you need of a king. Gwyn fell into the trap of being a super long-lasting good ruler, and therefore everyone else after him absolutely sucks. As we can see here, this window has been broken for someone to get inside. We follow that. The idea of we have to break in through Anor Londo using the rafters and things to get around. We now see the Painting Guardians, who protect this great painting of Ariamis. Now, many have rightfully surmised that Ariamis is a person by the fact that Priscilla says something essentially to that effect in her English dialogue. Is that not why Ariamis created this world? The Japanese is slightly more vague. It just says, is that not why this Ariamis world, or I should say Aremius world was created? The Aremius world. The idea, of course, being that Ariamis, or Ariamis, however it was supposed to be pronounced. There is a character called Aremius in the game files, a painter Aremius. So there's the idea that, okay, there's a person, this is likely why the localization knew, because they were probably working on actually including a character in the Ariamis world at some point in development. But the idea, of course, is that, yeah, there is a painter called Ariamis. there's a huge funny story about the name there that I go over in Abyssal Archive. So buy my book. But the point is that Aryava seems to be the painter. He made this painting, and as we see, there's something quite special about this painting beyond just being really big. These guardians also protect it, showing how important it is. We also see this massive chandelier. Now, these are some of the few humans we find in Anor Londo. In this case, they are undead. They drink Estus. Whether or not you can consider them hollows is a separate discussion. Obviously, we don't get a look at them and see if they're hollows or not. Chandelier. Drop that down. That was a very quiet chandelier drop. I'm just saying, that would echo throughout this entire building, I would think. We also, of course, see designs which will be later reused in Dark Souls 3. Very cool. We also see designs which will not be reused in Dark Souls 3, yet some people have latched onto for their theories, such as this woman with bread baking oven surrounded by the different wheat. Of course, the general point of all this imagery is to give us the idea of a... it's to give us the... Oh, darn it. I thought I could make him fall off, but he wouldn't fall off. Oh, now he will. You dumbass, you got me killed because of that. Ah, rada frada. But of course, the idea being is nature. The idea, of course, that sunlight, how sunlight is makes the flora flourish and allows peasants and farmers to be able to truly shine. You can see how the power of sunlight is so important to the development of civilization up top. Again, we also see how advanced Anor Londo engineering is by these corkscrew lifts, and of course what we saw in Sen's Fortress with the swinging scythes and the boulder, the complex boulder trap device. Wish it didn't bleed my ears, though. Again, we shall endeavor to break in again. Now, we're not going to be going to the painting this stream. I want to worry about that for another stream, probably after we get through Anor Londo and maybe get Lord Vessel, or maybe we'll wait for that, but don't want to do it right away. Ah, darn it. I thought I could get the backstab. Now again, another image which returns in Dark Souls 3. I've talked previously about the idea of it being a stock image, but this idea of a blossoming flower within a sun imagery, surrounded by, of course, more nature stuff. So these are the types of things that we can say, okay, yeah, this is definitely stuff that is quote-unquote intentional, especially when you factor later games into account. Ah, darn it. Again, as we can see, they have Estus telling us that they are probably undead. Whether they are hollows, I have my doubts. But we can see how they, regardless, protect the paintings with their lives. Nameless should never have married America. Around we thought Solaire was Gwyn's firstborn. Good times. I will never understand that theory. I truly won't. It's like, but he's human. Like, yeah. So much fundamental lore misunderstandings there, but c'est la vie. Hey Samir, I think you're new. Welcome. Welcome on in. Glad to have you watching. Just played through Sens with the lighting and texture mod pack. Ooh, how's that like? I don't really do a lot of mods with Souls games, so I'm kind of curious if people have some really good stuff for it. I'd love a remaster type mod that really tries to, like, you know, make everything HD at least. Better than the actual official remaster. Yes, fall off while you're trying to get at each other. I love it. And you're dead. Beautiful. Now, as we can see here, there is a statue of Guinevere in this gallery. Uses the same castle statue we see in the cathedral to the main church for the city. She's flanked, I should say, by 2 silver knights. Of course, they are smaller than her to depict how she's the important one. She is the Princess of Sunlight. They are her knights. Notice how they are placed, though, situated above where the painting is, almost to give the impression that they are looking down on the painting, giving this very almost scolding, scathing look down on the what lies below. Very curious. We will talk about that more when we get to the painting and have our Dr. Phil episode. Oh, I forget. I think I have to go this way if I want to. I forget which way I have to go to get to that chest. It's not there. Not there. I can't, there's no way I can jump out there. I can't jump on Guinevere's head, unfortunately. I might have to get it from the bottom, and maybe I can go back up. A mod that adds adaptability instead of resistance. Honestly, that would probably be more worthwhile. I hate adaptability as a stat, but honestly, resistance is just as useless. It makes sense, really dark, really cool, in my opinion. Yeah, I would love to see, like, modern-day lighting techniques applied to Dark Souls stuff. You could really make some cool contrast in these areas. Alright. To get to the chest, you need to drop down near the ladder to the Guinevere statue. Oh, I do need to get... Oh, I see, right. Oh, right, and then I roll it. Okay, gotcha. And then I go back up, huh? But then the question is, how do I get through from here? Oh, I'll worry about that later. I can always come back through here. I did it once, I can do it again. There we go. Oh! Honestly, I should have attacked you, but didn't know what you were going to do. Didn't want to get flurried in a corner by another dagger user. As we see in this chest, there's also a divine blessing. So a blessing of a goddess. The idea being that Guinevere is rewarding those who make it this far. I guess I just dropped down, huh? Yeah, I guess I just dropped down. Yeah, I don't see any other way through this situation. Oh, I see. This is how you do it. This makes more... Oh. Perfect. Painting Guardian Sword. That's what I want. So again, the idea is that these are their curved swords they use. Has a unique flat-tipped shape to it. The idea is that they attack anyone who threatens the painting. Again, pointing out, do they have this dance-like technique almost that goes with it? And the idea is that it's something that has gone through the generations. So before these guys turned undead, there were generations of painting guardians. Tell us this is before the 1,000-year period where Gwyn linked the fire and Orlando was sealed away before all that because of the craziness of undead curse around that entire period. This goes generations back, way before all that. Nice. And now, we find the most impressive gizmo of them all. Can we get to the, I think we can already get to the, Painting Guardians, but just to be safe. No, we can't. We have to raise it. Oh, okay. Let's lift this up. Imagine being the painting guard responsible for guarding that corner. Most boring job ever. I agree, Scanty. Nobody wants guard duty, especially when you're supposed to be hiding in ambush for that one guy who may or may not come through here one day after 100 years. Now, again, this is our first time seeing this, so we get a cutscene. The corkscrew lift. Oh, go get yourself killed. Nobody likes you. Fancy lift lever. Now, as we can see, it's very easy to fall off those rafters when you're trying to scale across. We can also see from the way these painting guardians operate, they really like their throwing knives. Dark Souls 3 kind of retcons them to have special, unique magic knives they can throw as well. But hey, apparently they ran out of that. Can't use their focus. Gotta only use the standard old school ones, which is fine. Not really the biggest deal. I almost ran into that. There we go. More throwing knives. Give me your armor! I think we have to get in the painting for that, but it's fine. As we can see, there was a corpse hanging on the chandelier who fell. We'll see who that corpse is shortly. Come on. Come on, buddy. Oh. No backstab for me. There we go. If I remember right, I do. Yeah, that's how I do that. Okay, so it's forward in R1. If I want to do the dodge. I just remembered I pre-ordered the Abyssal Archive and then saw that you were live. This is actually my first time catching you live. Oh, that's super cool to see. Thanks so much. I'm so glad you bought Abyssal Archive. I can't wait. Was it the physical or digital edition did you get? Because obviously physical, you're going to have to wait a little while. We're not going to be able to get copies shipped until next year. But honestly, I'm super happy to hear that. Thank you so much. You make the... Every time I hear a new copy is being sold, it makes my Christmas that much jollier. So thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Now, as we can see, this was a sorcery we got from that corpse, belonging to a magic swordsman of Vinheim. There it is. Again, the idea being that the Dragon School only gives these to people with special orders, or essentially a unique mission. So again, we've talked about how the duty of the undead, the mission, that everyone has a mission, the church has its own mission, Lautrec has a mission, Griggs has a mission. Again, we can see how another Vinheim sorcerer was also given a mission by the school. So again, the idea that the school is directing a lot of these missions for the academy and its students. The idea, of course, being is that Griggs seems to be there to follow Logan and likely try to acquire his research, which was obviously he took with him when he left, as we learn with Griggs when Logan leaves the second time. We'll find that Logan leaves behind his work, and therefore Griggs is able to read it and teach it to us in his place. So same idea here. The idea, of course, is that these are a special mission, and so they were given more powerful sorceries with improving their weapons and shields for the purposes of dealing with something dangerous to be found here in Anor Londo. So, what brings a Vinheim sorcerer to Anor Londo? Perhaps he was stopped by the barrier, similar to us, and was trying to find a way to get it down by going through this by tracing the path we're taking. If so, does that mean he was going to try to get to Seath? Obviously, Vinheim would want to find the founder of sorcery arts. That would be a treasure trove, much like what Logan is trying to achieve. Oh. You done? There we go. And done. Like I said, we're not going to get ourselves trapped in the painting just yet. As we can see here, someone stuffed to the corner off to the side without any importance, having seemingly fallen down and been thrown here, is Tarkus. So while we can summon Tarkus for the Sen's Fortress fight, it's clear we're summoning him from a time-space from when he challenged and succeeded against the Iron Golem on his own. The idea, of course, being is that Tarkus seems to be a bro, and he's obviously a hero, and he has the power and strength with which he could eventually surmount the challenge and go ahead. Unfortunately, after he made it to Anor Londo, he seems to have been, may have well been the one that broke the window with which we used to break in ourselves, and he tried scaling the platforms, fell to his death, and ended up having his body, after presumably the Hollow was dispatched, essentially just, you know, shoot off to the side to be dealt with later. Obviously, we take his armor. Now, there's more to talk about with Black Iron Tarkus' armor itself in Dark Souls 3, but again, that's for my Dark Souls 3 lore play. This is a Dark Souls 1 lore play, so we will focus on 1 still. I just remember I pre-ordered the, yeah, physical. Okay, oh, cool. So you're gonna have to wait a little while, though, but I'm so glad to hear that. It's a really, really, really quality book. Like, God, the publisher, they got so much on the illustration stuff they wanted. They gave me the margin notes for the quotes and all that. Like, so much was able to get done thanks to all that. So I'm happy. Hopefully it's gonna be a treat for you. I'm confident it will, but you never know. Don't want to sound conceited. Well. Already got that. Nope, you didn't shoot lightning, so I'm killing you. There. Got, I think that was a helmet? Yeah, there it is. The gargoyle helm. Again, it's just ornamentation. Now, we have finally made it all the way to Anor Londo. And what do we find? The cathedral. In order to get into Gwyn's royal manor, which is attached to the church, which is also attached to the royal smithy on that side. Obviously, the idea is that they are gods, so the merging of the religious and the temporal is inevitable. But the point that we're getting here is, of course, we have to break in again, because we cannot go through the front door, unfortunately. Unfortunately. So, which way do we go first? That door is locked, right? So... These aren't in Irithel. They remove these and make it easier for you to die. I call hacks. Someone opened the big gates, but there's a little gate for humans and stuff to go through. Very cool. Oh. There we go. Alright, you bleed. If it bleeds, it can be killed. Let's deal with you two while we're at it. Dang it. Ah, damn. He's doing a lot of dodge rolls, huh? There we go. Does not open from this side. Woo! Giant shield, perfect. Actually, that's the exact item I wanted. So again, the shield is again made of bronze and marcasite. Now, marcasite is a real metal. as it says here, marcasite or white iron. Now, the term marcasite, I'm not familiar enough with the English language to say what marcasite breaks down to. I think site means rock, if I recall correctly, but the point is that marcasite in Japanese literally is white iron. That's the exact term. So the localization is just kind of trying to incorporate that to understand that when we're talking about marcasite, we're not talking necessarily about the metal as we're familiar with it. It's white iron. This is similar to how in Demon Souls there are agates or agite. It's a stone that exists in real life, but the Japanese term for agate means bright stone, literally. And so the idea in Demon Souls is that it's talking about a stone which is bright due to magic power. Similar here, we have iron, which is white. And as we can see, because of that white iron, there we go. There's the idea that's extremely effective against magic, because again, holy magic, holy power, able to resist that type of stuff from the dark, or even other holy magic and things like that. So the point is, of course, that it's very big. It's supposed to be designed for the giant guards. Obviously, they shrink the stuff down to fit us anyway, because again, game mechanics, gameplay over lore, all of that. But the idea is that it's extremely heavy and would be difficult for us to wield, because obviously we're not a giant that's able to use a shield that's like supposed to be like 3 times our size. Anyway. The point, of course, is to make, to understand that, again, the combination of brass, but also iron eventually. So again, eventually the gods got out of the Bronze Age. They were first experimenting with using bronze for metalworking because, again, it's a very easy metal to work with, and it has a very high electric conductivity, so it can very easily infuse the power of lightning. Well, what if you want to infuse that lightning and holy power into more powerful metals like iron? Well, we'll see with Leroy that process, but we clearly get the idea that the gods eventually mastered the ability to infuse the white or holy element that we see associated with the color white into the iron metal working. And obviously we see how well they use iron, even if it's not white iron, with the iron golem and things like that, so... Come on. Oh no. Thank you. Woo. I don't know if I'll be able to make it in through the gank squad up there, but we'll see. Again, we can see how they have lightning power, thanks to their betrayal of their kin. Oh. Let me out! Man, I miss getting Estus back randomly. Or even better, when I beat certain mobs of enemies, it gives me 1 Estus or 2 or whatever. There we go. Thankfully, you guys are squishy, so when you're by yourself, you're not that bad. You know, they have wings, but they don't use them. Just pointing that out there. Just leaving that out there. Alright, now we try to break in this way. But, first, let's show the door. As we can see here, this is the front door to the Royal Manor. We unfortunately can't see this door from the inside because, again, Dark Souls is a clown car, and it always tries to show things that are smaller than they need to be for all the stuff that has to be inside them. You only see the stuff that the developers want to show you for the story. But the idea is that this is the front door, but we can't find our way inside. It's locked, much like the church doors are locked. So to break into Gwyn's house, we gotta go around on the flying buttresses. Mod that puts the Deepa curse to Dark Souls 1 and Orlando. No, Scanty, no! I want to have physical, but I can't pre-order anything to this God's Forsaken Place of Corland. It's fine, man. If you guys can't... Again, I really like it, but it is a collector's item. It's something that's really cool, good quality, but it can be difficult to get that stuff, obviously, bought and shipped over, possibly to you, so I understand. Oh, there goes my life. All right, let's see if we can make it inside, chat. Let's try to make it inside. You got anything new to say, girl?
You've survived. Impressive.
Define survived.
Now is the time. That is, after all, what the bonfire...
Now, obviously, when she says survive, she has the idea that, oh, you came back. You managed to live long enough to come to make it out there and then return here in one piece. Obviously, though, it's kind of funny because we just respawned.
If you require rest, that
Yeah. Woo! Again, guys, since we have to do the long journey here, please like and subscribe, all that, if you like what I've done here, if you want to see more in the future and watch more streams and the like, or maybe see new videos that I'm starting to cook up. I got a lot of script writing being done at the moment, so, again, really, every bit of support helps. Always appreciate it. Knowing what you guys like, knowing what you guys want to see, always good to know. Look! There it is, that little green dot. There are my souls. Oh boy. Now, we never get to explore the city of Anor Londo, but as we can look down, there isn't much city to explore to Anor Londo, so maybe it's for the best. Come on. So many items. Oh, that hurt. Now it's a pre-upgraded bonfire at least, so that's nice. Oh, you have got to be kidding me. Oh my god, you stop. There we go. Alright, let's see if we can bring these guys one at a time. There we go, one of them. Not the one I was aiming for, but it works. Come on. Woo! Just gonna pull another one of those out of nowhere, huh? Man, Gwen gave you a lot, huh? You were like... Woo. Come on, buddy. Get over here. Oh. Oh, of course. There we go. That was a little awkward. That was a bit jank, I won't lie, but... There we go. I'm trying to get my souls back, so can never be too careful. There we go. Ah, darn. There we go. You bloodied your hands, demon. I am giving you your just punishment. Islith sends her regards. If only. I'm not a pyromancer, unfortunately. Oh. Oh, well, that works. Not my intention, but it works. Alright, let's see if we can just get one of them. Silver Knights. Alright, perfect. Buddy? Oh, darn. Darn. There we go. Oh. That's one way to solve a problem. Of course, the bench screwed me. Why is that even here? Who comes up here? Come on, give me my souls. There we go. Now, as we can see, Silver Knights shooting us with Dragon Slayer great bows. The very giant great bows they used in order to increase the force with which to pierce the stone bodies of the archdragons. The idea, of course, with this is that they use basically iron spears as arrows, again telling us how the gods did get to the Iron Age before fighting the dragons. This, of course, establishes how much time went. They found the Lord Souls. They developed fire smithing, right? They developed smithing with eventually creating fire imbued, as we see with Vamos and what he does and what we learn from that. Then we see that after developing smithing with fire and infusing the power of flame, they eventually learned how to infuse the power of lightning. We can see with the giant smith in the future how that's going to work out. Then they, of course, went through a Bronze Age, where they take the power of bronze and try to infuse that lightning into copper, and then mix that copper with other elements like tin and stuff in order to create those special metals. So that way you can have the hardness of stronger metals with the power of lightning as well. And then, of course, you can add on top of that, then they get to the Iron Age, and they start infusing the power of, they start creating weapons of iron with their smithing skills now. And eventually they develop, these great bows with iron spears in that regard, plus again the Silver Knights and working with silver, and then of course they still have their already existing works with bronze and the like, and then of course we see with Ornstein they also learn how to work with gold. So all of this is to say that the gods have put a lot into their development as a culture and a society. As we see with Sen's Fortress, there's a lot of training in time. So it wasn't just like the Lord Souls. Again, the history of the cinematic is incredibly condensing hundreds, maybe thousands of years of events. The idea that, oh, we found the Lord Souls, we start building up our cultures, that takes time and development, we build this massive city, we start creating a fortress, we train, we get more work on our metallurgy and all that, and eventually, they were prepared, and they finally challenged the dragons, and then there was peace, allegedly. These demons aren't very bright. This is why Asla didn't want them. They're like, you want to betray us? Fine. We don't care. Use your knives to aggro the demons one time, I guess. That could work. That's true. We'll have to try that. I got so many throwing knives now. God, I'm trying to remember which way do you go first. I think we go for the left guy first, because the right guy is... Or is it the other way? Okay. Oh! Wasn't expecting that. Yeah, I think we go here. We were so close, chat. So close. But then I, for some reason, did forward R1. I think what happened was I was trying to move forward while and the game was like, oh, you want to do forward R1? No. Oh, God. Does that work here? Oh, my God. Yeah, it's for both of them. Darn. So I'm just gonna have to live with that. Okay, so we can ignore the... We can ignore one of the giants, I think. I don't think we have to care about them, but like... Ah! Clearly, I'm not very bright either, Scanty. Anytime. Anytime, Corkscrew. I had it! It was in my hands, chat. And I screwed it up. Never underestimate Loki's ability to fuck things up. I snatched defeat from the jaws of victory. That is impressive in its own right. Loki, this is part of where you just need to learn to parry. I'm sorry. I need to just parry, clearly. Learning to parry on a very thin flying buttress against a silver knight, while another one is shooting arrows at me from behind a building. Yeah. Yeah. I'm in a very awkward position. Oh, you guys just popped in. Cool. You gonna follow me? Nope. Okay, good. Because I don't want to have to do this song and dance every time. I mean, if you could, like, fall off the edge, I'd really appreciate it. Come on. Staying a little early. There we go. Again, the upside of these guys is they are incredibly squishy, and they go down with a poise ring. There we go. Nice. Perfect. Ah, I got their wing. Oh! The range on this is my biggest problem with them. Alrighty, but that's not a problem when there's only one of them to worry about, so we shall endeavor. Alright, and then we'll do the same strategy where I'll try to aggro them and try to have them kill each other. Oh! Oh, okay. Thanks, buddy. I just need to learn to parry. Yeah! Oh. I gotta remember that they have, like, iframes for that. Right, I almost forgot about you. What? Okay. Alright, we fixed that dilemma. Oh, dang it! I screwed up the turn. Well, say bye, souls! Say bye to that 24k souls. That's going to be a few runs at Darkroot Garden. So that plus my 9k souls. It's stacking up, chat. Actually, I should keep tally. How many souls is that? So it's like 9k souls plus 24k souls. So there we go. There we go. 33k. That's going to be so great. I'll be honest, that was me screwing up the turn. If I didn't screw up that turn, I would have been fine. Controller's starting to give me trouble, but that's not the reason I messed that up. That was all me. Hello? I wish this thing would come back up when you come here. They need to redo the timing in the remake. No! It's fine. Once I open the church doors, I'll be able to go back and farm to my heart's content. Because nothing's dumber, no, the only thing dumber than a bunch of Batwing demons are those Forest Hunter guys. Hello? Game? Game. Oh my god, my controller is causing trouble now, so that's gonna make things even more awkward. Oh my god. Oh no! I might have to end early just because of this controller. I think at this point, just go to the one on the left. At that point, the other guy can't shoot at you, so it's 1v1. Yeah, the idea is to get to the left, right? But the problem I'm having is that... Oh. Oh my... The problem I'm having is that I'm trying to get around the corner, and that's the issue. I don't think it matters which side I go on when it comes to the running around bit. That part, I'm pretty sure, is just me being stupid. Come on. Right, you. God, why are you here? You did not do this last time. Why? Why are you like this? Yeah, go back, you piece... Oh my god! The range is really killing me. I don't gotta step forward to... I thought that might have been a drop for a second there. Come on. Come on, a little bit more. Don't want to deal with you on the staircase. There we go. There. Oh my. You do less damage! I hate that move. Like, at first it was like, oh, this is cool. Why are you bringing this guy over? Yes, go back. You are being such a pain in my ass. Oh, ow. Okay. My dodge roll skills are clearly rusty. Ow. That's fine. Ow. There we go. Now stop bugging me. I have a lot of souls I gotta farm up for. I don't need you to add to them. Everything is going wrong! Everything is wrong! Oh. Yeah! Good! Oh, I'm not about to fall off there. Let's make this work, guys. Ah, darn, I thought I could roll it a little fast. What the frick are you doing? Fall off, you stupid demon. There we go. Again, I find it hilarious that they can't actually climb up this area because their hitbox is too big on the wings. Or at least the limbs are too wide. There we go. That's the only type of forward R1 I want to do, a dodge roll. Oh. Oh, okay. Oh my god. There we go. That's what I was frustrated about. Like, I think we can definitely do the... Oh. No! Why? Why do you fall off? Ah! This is why we need Stakes of Gwyn. This is why we want Stakes of Gwyn, because this shit is so frustrating. Make those two Batwing demons there automatically despawn once you kill them the first time, and put a Stake of Gwyn there so you can challenge that run every time. Because, oh my god, the run back is so unnecessarily tedious. Honestly, I'm tempted to try just running by the demons and just doing the run straight. Like, just dodge roll up the flying ballista. The thing is that, as you can see, this happens. I'm literally putting my controller at max. It's got some gunk in it again, and I gotta open it up and clean it out. And that's a very frustrating process. Because this screws me over now. So I have to keep everything at an angle. So we'll see how that goes. No! All I want to do is make it inside and get to the bonfire. Is that so much to ask? Watch, I'm gonna go all the way back down to Darkroot Garden to farm up my souls. Come back here with extra endurance just for me to still die to them because my running is my problem. Oh my god. Move, you piece of shit. Oh! Nope. There we go. Do this one more, just have full. At least we could do that for the run back. That's one way to solve the problem. Oh! No! And that's one way to fuck up by solving the problem. No! Ah, the infamous archer sequence. Again, it's not even that the archers are that bad. It's just that I am. I did that way too early! Okay, so we know the strat. We can run through all these guys, avoid them all, just make it all the way to the top, and then we can try to make Silver Knight Boy fall off, but if not, we just got to make sure we put ourselves in an angle where we can try to force him off with our shield and all that. And do that with my controller doing all this. Oh my god, don't. I cannot be pressing this any more forward. Please, for the love of all that is holy on this all most holy of eves, please. Just run. That's all I need you to do. Oh my. Dodge roll, work. Actually work for once in your goddamn life. Oh my god. Oh, that's what I was afraid of. Oh. Oh, this is so... Oh. Oh, that's what I was afraid of. Oh. Hello? Oh, of course. Of course the angle slightly changed. That pisses me off. Ah! Again, we were so close on that one attempt, but... You can do it, Loki, Scanty. I'm pretty sure you sent that literally just before I failed. I'm just gonna assume that that was sent literally moments before disaster. VOD viewers, skip forward 3 hours. Ay, ay, ay. It's New Londo all over again. Something which should be simple, but I can't do it worth of jack. Big painting gallery, though. All for one giant painting. Oh, no. Doing this when it feels like I have a fixed camera angle, like one of those old Resident Evil games, is making this extra stressful. Oh my. Yeah, I literally cannot use, I cannot use my forward. It does this. Oh my god, I have to open it up and clean it out again. Probably have to look up a few things to see if I have any, like, vinegar or something I can use to grease the wheels, as it were. Because clearly what I'm doing alone isn't causing it to stick. Oh! Yep, that's what I was expecting. Oh. Oh my god. Oh! Of course you jump and not dodge roll! Fuck! Ah! that was the controller. That was not me. Damn it. Damn this stupid angle. This angle crap is really making it like, ugh. Just feels bad trying to do this. I don't know how it looks to you guys, but I can tell you that my fingers are in all sorts of pretzel form trying to make all of this work. Oh my god, don't do it when I'm just trying to spin around. Spinning is my only solace. Let me in! Let me... Now watch, I'm gonna get past these guys and then die to the Silver Knight inside. And it's gonna be like, why? Why am I alive? Am I just here to suffer? Though this is worth probably bringing up that we don't find any enemies which provide us humanities besides the bosses. Unlike other areas where we find various animals and humans alike providing us with humanity that they acquired either because they are human or from other humans. Here in Anor Londo, the giants, the medials, all of them get, the chaos demons, all of them get rid of that humanity stuff as soon as they can. Except for the bosses who are obviously in active guard duty constantly, and therefore we can imagine that they are still have some from when they tried against somebody else. Nice. Oh. Oh. There we go. Oh. I don't even care. Oh, of course, little. Oh. Fine. Dang it. Now, as you can see, unlike the Black Knights, the Silver Knights are all about speed and elegance in their fighting style. Embody that noble image of knights. That's one down. Fall. Fall to your death, you piece of shit. We're gonna take this slowly. I can't, though. Ah! I can't take it slowly. Because at the angle I have to be in order to not walk everywhere. Ah! I hate this. Ah! If you don't care about your souls, just make a beeline to the one on the right. The other one won't hit you. Okay, that is true. That is true. We could go for that. But, I'm worried about being pushed off, so... I guess that could work, because we can make him into melee range and then maybe bring him down, but we'll see. PS3 controller as hell, yes. I love my DualShock 3 as far as feeling goes. I don't like much of the later ones, but I feel I might have to invest in getting a later one just because this is frustrating. This is like the third DualShock 3 controller I've gotten, and they're just all breaking. They just don't make them like they used to. Which, I should be surprised, PS3 is old as shit. So for you guys, I might just get like a DualShock 4. I mean, gotta use that book money for something. Livelihood? Nah. Streaming? Sure. No. Yeah. Yeah. This is suffering. Ow. So if I have to get a DualShock 5 in order to make sure that all this stuff works properly, so be it. I don't even care. Alright, let's go for the other one. Oh! Why are you backstepping? I'm going forward and you won't dodge. Ah! This is so frustrating. I feel like this controller is just purposefully fucking with me at this point. It's like, ah! Why? Why are you doing this? Why are you like this? Just because I'm walking doesn't mean I can't dodge. Ah! All right. I'm getting a little too used to this lift. This controller. I know, right? It's like, okay, all I have to do now is just dodge roll through that iron spear. Nope, we're gonna backstep. Wait, what? No, I'm going forward. Can't you see? Nope, let's backstep again. Why? Why are you like this? It's like, why? Just for that specific moment. Well, I'm trying. It's like, you literally see me running into a freaking wall to do this, and it's like, nope, we're gonna backstep. I said we're gonna backstep, Loki, and we're gonna backstep. Yeah. Well, it's official. I'm getting a new controller. I just can't deal with shit like this. I hate to do that, but if it'll solve the controller problems for good, I will happily reinstall the drivers so we can make it work with this game. Oh. Woo. Oh my. There we go. Why? Why? I'm moving forward. Ah! There's something it's having with the detection on ledges for some reason. Ah! You need some bar and wine. Chill. What I need is a functional controller. What I need is for my controller not do this when I'm going forward. That's all I ask. Yeah, we're gonna do a few more attempts, and after that, if we don't make any progress, then I'm just gonna call it early here, guys. I really apologize for that. I really wanted to get us into Anne Orlando proper, but hey, technical difficulties. I can't help that the controller is making this a much longer experience than it needs to be. Come on. Gosh, you take forever. All I'm going to say is I'm going to farm those forest hunters for quite a long time. I feel bad for them. They are going to feel my wrath. I'm like, it's not you. You're not at fault. It's really not. But it's the controller. And Anne Orlando. You have to understand. If you have a spare skull lantern, you could trade for Snuggly for a ring of fog. That might help. I had same problem with PS3 controllers. Yeah, man, I don't know. I don't know how I've survived this long with this problem lately, especially with how frequent it's been this past few months. Like, I don't get it. It's working perfectly fine all these years, and then it's like, okay, now this doesn't work. Okay, so I just gotta open it up, grease a little, make sure that all the things are functional. Nope. But it's gonna get, I guess, I don't know, gunky again, like in 5 seconds. I don't know how that works, but whatever. So what you guys would recommend, DualShock 4 or DualShock 5? Like, which do you think would be better for streaming older games? Whoop. Oh my. That was just me not my dodge rolling like an idiot. Okay, let's get our stamina back so we can make the run. We want to do this just in case. I don't even care. Okay, that's fine. Oh. Yeah, there we go. Woo! We did it, chat! We survived! Woo! I am drunk on life! I have 6 of them, all do crazy things. 5. 4 is good. Controllers go hollow, I guess. Hey, Minty Lemon. 5 is cheaper than 4, lol. Hell, how I like how the DualShock 5 controller is cheaper than the DualShock 4, just because the fact that you can hardly even get a PS5 with how expensive and rare they are. Yes, we are in. Woo! So yeah, we're gonna replace the controller because that was hell. Probably VOD viewers aren't going to notice because I'm going to edit this down a lot, but oh boy, was that quite a few attempts, and the controller started breaking down the line and made this, oh boy, a mission. Okay, we have 2 options. You know what? I'm feeling so good about this, I want to keep going just a little bit longer. This is where we would normally meet Solaire here, but again, because bonfires aren't necessarily canon, and we have to light this one like we do the others, the idea he could just be sitting in an empty room by himself without anything here. Just to FYI. Also, you gotta wonder where Solaire got the undead bones if he made this bonfire himself. Anyway, point is, we made it inside! Woo! We are in Gwyn's house! Frick everything else, we are here. I Shemai and Merry Soulsmas to you. Yep. Ah! Okay, since Minty Lemon decided to come in, we're gonna go a little bit farther, guys. We are able to do this. Let's see if I can reinforce my, Actually, reinforce weapon? What do I need to reinforce my weapon? I need 1 more twinkling. Reinforce armor. I can go farther with my armor now. But first, let's do this. Because Titanite shards are more important. Yeah, now. Yeah, we want to get all of this up to 5 first before I worry about other stuff, yeah. Woo! Alright, so all my armor is upgraded. Well, yeah, okay. Nice. We are in the royal manor, the royal abode, the palace, the home of His Excellency King Gwyn. As we can see here, these rooms would be for socializing and the like, have a little party. Get together with the boys or the girls. In this case, we can see a Silver Knight guarding a chest, which is, of course, useful. Here's what we see. Oh. Now, Silver Knights, unlike the Black Knights, are supposed to be the royal guards. They're called so explicitly in the Japanese. The idea, of course, being that they, well, I should say that they're decided as royal guard weapons, I should say. But the point is that these are the ones who protect the royal family, which makes sense as we see them in the dragon hunts, and of course, the idea of what else is a knight going to do except protect the royalty for king and country and all that. They have similar shields, of course, as the Black Knights, but their armor, instead of having that black, instead of it being black, of course, and having a demonic style to it, it is, of course, still silver and maintains an angelic look to it. Again, the idea of wings, the image of an angel portrays a servant of God. We see the sunlight metals, which of course we've talked previously about being related to Gwyn's firstborn. The idea, of course, that the god's covenant, of course, he is here. His covenant is here. And it's very likely that it originally involved stuff like, say, the Silver Knight who we just killed. Again, this gets expanded upon even more so in Dark Souls 3, but there is, of course, the idea that the Firstborn essentially likes to, he not only likes fighting, but he likes cooperating together, trying to work together toward a goal. There we go. Mr. Holy Magic Boy. As we can see, how they bleed the power of holiness from their armor and stuff. Very, very holy individuals indeed. Like how the Silver Knights themselves are kind of pushovers. Now we can see in here, sort of a logistics room. You get messengers from across the realm and all that, requests, different taxes, you know, whatever it may be that they need to organize and go over. So this room seems dedicated to that purpose. We also, of course, see obviously, because it's a boring room where people just, you know, write things and do logistics and all that, no one's gonna mind if there's a secret entrance here in the fireplace, which, of course, we can conveniently see here. We go down into this dark chamber. And what do we find? Upgrade your weapon? I will soon, Scanty. I just need more Twinkling Titanite. Wait, why isn't Solaire there? I probably have to talk to him more. Why do silvers drop some metals, but Dark Souls 1 don't? DS silvers drop. I don't know what the question is, Iron Man. Are you talking about DS3 Silver Knights? Oh, you're talking about the ears. The ears of Gwendolyn, right? Hey, Arberg. Do the Silver Knights know they are just guarding an illusion of Guinevere? Most likely no, not no. Because again, why would you simply be defending an illusion then if you were aware of that? The real goddess is not in this castle. I guess you could argue just for duty or something like that, but yeah, that's unlikely. Anyway, as we can see in this area, there are a bunch of chests. Now, this chest divides stuff up because, again, chests are supposed to be limited, unlike mimics. So the idea is, of course, they can only store so much in one chest. So you have, oh, Havel's gauntlets and leggings, right? So the smaller pieces of equipment, those could all fit in one chest. This one, though, has a separate piece of equipment, the helm and the full armor, right? And then we look over here, so we get the idea that Havel kept armor in here. His great shield, of course, that gets its own separate chest. And then, of course, his weapon, the Dragon Tooth. So we get everything related to Havel here. As we can see, the idea that Havel, the rock as he's known now, the Japanese means more literally something like rock-like Havel. There's a few puns that go with this throughout the games, but it's fine enough. It works either way. But the idea is that, of course, these are things that are worn by warriors of Havel the Rock, like we see the Havel warrior in the tower. Again, that isn't the actual Havel. That is just a human adherent of Havel who cosplays in his equipment, much like how Havel has his own priests who do something similar where they copy his magic and miracles to reflect that. So again, Havel is basically a Silver Knight who, after having a problem with Seath, he ended up switching over to rock in order to deal with the magic power of sorcery. And do we have... Okay, there we go. Again, the idea that these are legendary relics made out of solid stone, or in this case of the Dragon Tooth, an actual Archdragon's tooth. Again, very useful with the strong defenses and stuff like that, but again, the point is that Havel uses the rock. He became like a rock for the purposes of dealing with Seath and his sorcery. He doesn't like Seath, and he especially doesn't like Seath, but he does, of course, respect and follow Gwyn as his comrade in arms. Well, what happens when Gwyn's gone and things in Anor Londo go a little weird? We also, of course, see that this is a mimic. Oh. Oh, okay. Okay, hitbox. Oh, thank God I rolled. I actually thought I got caught in that. There we go. And we find, what is this? A cult club. So a basic piece of wood. You can find a basic piece of wood for this club anywhere. But this basic piece of wood has been imbued with the power of the heathens, the dark. Now, why would Havel, it would seem, based on the armor being stored in this secret room, and the fact that it's in a dark secret room, be hiding an occult club? Why is he getting this piece of wood and having it enchanted with the dark? And then throwing it in a mimic to make sure no one knows that he has this, because obviously his armor, the rest of his armor being here gives it away. So we have the idea that Havel, and the fact that he has the armor put away, he's prepared for possibly a fight, but he wants to be fully decked out. He wants to take this club, it seems, and based on the fact he's in the palace, he wants to kill one of the gods with it. Because again, the heathen power is used by god hunters. The idea that those who want to hunt the tribe of the gods, the clan. So, a medial, likely a royal in Anor Londo, was going to face Havel's wrath. But something happened, because as we can see, Havel's still in good standing. He still has his followers and stuff associated with the Way of White in the world of man. Havel himself likely left with the gods in that case. Meanwhile, the everything for this little plot against one of the royals seems to have not pulled through. And as we can see with the use of a club, it's easy to smuggle in a piece of wood into the royal manor without it being examined too closely, especially if you are a respected knight that served alongside Gwyn in the dragon hunts. Obviously, Havel's still still allowed to wear his armor and stuff, so even though he's a quote-unquote heretic among the Silver Knights, as far as being non-conformist is concerned, he's still able to go around and do his thing as a royal guard, and obviously close associated with the castle, with where he is, obviously, when he sets up the plot. And then finally, there's the idea, of course, that he wants to beat someone to death with a blunt object, fits with his hammer thing, and then, even more importantly, he plans to likely do so to an unarmed person, because obviously a piece of wood with the dark element or no is not something you're going to want against someone who's fully decked out in armor. You're planning to get someone, say, when they're asleep in their bed. Ooh, very, very conspiratorial. What is this all about? And we'll talk about that more when we continue onward with Gwendolyn's end of things and what's going on there. You need to level up adaptability. Yes, I'm stupid. They dropped Gwendolyn ears, not sun medials, not sun metals. So the Silver Knights in Dark Souls 1 are, like I've said before, my conclusion I've established is they are medials like the gods. They're the same race as the gods. Hence their longevity and obviously their association with the gods and holiness and working all that. Whether or not you determine them to be gods themselves, that's a separate debate. Obviously, Havel was a Silver Knight most likely, but he clearly became a god, so Anyway, as I've said before in past streams, what's important here, though, is the idea is that in Dark Souls 3, the Silver Knights aren't medials, they're humans. And they are obviously now serving the only royal that's left, which is Gwendolyn. And again, you can watch my Dark Souls 3 lore play for more information there. Again, check the playlist. That should be there with all the videos on Irithyll and stuff. But that's all I'm going to talk about now, because this is a Dark Souls 1 lore play. Alright, so we check in here. Oh, it doesn't open from this side, right? Is there a chest? No, the chests are upstairs. My chest is in another castle. Silvers go away when you kill the body. Yeah, a lot of stuff that we kill goes away when you kill the body. Unless the Silver Knights are hollow, just doing what they were used to. But then again, they wouldn't be able to do things like complicated archer defense for Anor. Oh, you could do that. Like, the fighting stuff is like instinct, right? Like, people have, when they're quote-unquote mindless, they still have their battle instinct, so they're able to fight. Like, see Gwyn, see tons of characters. So that's not the problem, Arberg. The thing with the, so with the Nest Souls, anyone can become a god, or do humans cap out at Monarch? Again, godhood is a status. The reason why I created the term medial is to separate the race from the status of quote-unquote gods. Because not every medial is necessarily a god. Not everyone who even relates to medials, who might have medial blood in their lineage, is necessarily a god. Because again, it's a status. The only reason why the gods are called the gods is because, well, they're so powerful, they're so dominant in the world of man especially, that everyone worships them as gods. But anything can theoretically be a god. Like, you, again, as we see in Dark Souls 3, even a tree could be considered a god. Just depends on how you look. Just depends on what you need at the time. What you worship. what you consider a god to be. Even humans can be gods if they're retroactively deified, like we see in DS2. Let's see. Yeah, we'll deal with the mimics here. Actually, no, first, we'll deal with the mimics later. What we want to deal with first is this guy. Oh my god, controller. Stop. Oh, this is awkward. Oh. Okay. There we go. Okay. Can we get you out of here? Thank you. Woo. Woo. I swear, one of these knights is gonna hit me through the wall or some shit. I fully expect that from this game. Oh. Can't spam my button here. Woo. I'm having so much trouble against this specific knight. It's hilarious. Okay. His tracking! I don't know why. This specific knight's giving me so much trouble. I think it's the way he tracks, so I can't even try to get a backstab. There we go. Alright, first, this room. We go inside this room, and what do we see? Green. Lots of green. Green and gold is the color scheme here. We get the color of nature. We get to see this with the bed sheets especially, though it's more of a muted green here. And we see the portraits on the wall. Portraits of people. Socializing. Meeting other people. So, enjoying their company. Talking to them. Remembering them fondly when you look into the artwork. If I recall correctly, these windows actually can't be seen when you're actually, like, up above on the roof here. These don't exist, I don't think. Anyway, again, very much, and then otherwise scenes of, like, nature. And then, of course, a giant portrait of Guinevere in her throne. In her little bed chair. So, of course, we get the idea that this place is Guinevere's bedroom. She is, of course, a goddess who doesn't deal with war directly. She blesses other warriors who fight on her behalf. And, of course, she's a goddess of fertility. The idea being good harvest, not in the childbearing sense. Though, of course, Dark Souls 3 would probably want to beg to differ in some regards. But again, that's a separate point. The idea, of course, being is that Guinevere here is clearly here on full display. She loves socializing, she loves nature, and she loves herself. She's got a little bit of vanity. But hey, who wouldn't? This is her bedroom. We, of course, see no Silver Knights are actually stationed in here. There's actually one that is stationed just outside, like this. Very respectful, not going into the ladies' chamber. Just... Oh, sorry, Guinevere. Broke your table. I don't think you care anymore, but just wanted to leave that out there. Oh, yeah, that's gonna hurt. Oh my god, I had it! No. Oh my god. The way you turn is so obnoxious. Oh, that could have totally killed me if his aiming was just a little better. There we go. I'm not surviving the knights up ahead, am I? Nope. No siree. There we go. only got so much health I can... Dang it! No! Fun facting, these paintings are real paintings. Yeah, they some of them I've seen before, but these are very obviously stock images that they're using. Oh, okay, awesome. Thank you for clearing that up. Yeah, I couldn't remember if there was any examples of a human becoming a god. Yeah, Dark Souls 2 has a few, but that's because, again, the idea is that memory has been so twisted that certain famous heroic humans, like Ferris, get remembered as the goddess Evlana of the hunt or whatever, right? So, we basically see how, we basically see what happens in the absence of the gods, what humans will make. But again, general mainstream medial society does not want humans worshipped as gods, for hopefully obvious reasons considering the whole Dark Soul thing. I'm hoping you're gonna stop. Oh my god. There we go. I don't know how that was a backstab, but the other thing wasn't, but whatever, I'll take it. There we go. So it looks like if I two-hand, I can get them to stagger with each 2 hits. No, good try, buddy. Thanks, I'm gonna try one more time. Whoop. I said we're, whoop. We have so many souls for me to farm after this, so... Oh, but that wasn't a backstab. Okay, sure, game. Oh, okay. Again, this game's definition of backstab is, or I should say this game's definition of back is suspect. There we go. Gotta move a little more to the left. There we go. Woo! Now let's deal with this one over here. No one else gonna ambush us? Good. Come on. There we go. I don't get these backstab hitboxes. Neither do I, Scanty. Oh. Okay, I gotta regen my endurance there, because I need to get 2 hits off. There we go. Yeah, if I can get them in a stagger loop, we're good. The problem is just making sure I get enough damage to them. As we see down here, looks like our good old friend Siegward tried breaking in himself. He came in through the window, it would seem, as we see from the open here. But he finds himself in a little pickle. He opened the door? Well, first let's just see here. I don't want to accidentally trigger something.
Whatever can be done.
So now he's deep in thought. He made it past Sen's Fortress after we dealt with the Iron Golem for him.
Ah, you again. Let me guess. Were you repelled by the Silver Knights?
No, I didn't run away. I'm actually clearing them pretty... Sus. Scanty macaroni sus.
We can overcome this together. Quite a fix. We'll need another 3, no, maybe 5 bodies. Quite a fix indeed.
So he wants to try to overwhelm them with numbers, but he doesn't got the numbers. So again, he came in here, then he was like, okay, time to investigate. He apparently made enough noise that a bunch of Silver Knights came running into the door. And now he's like, well... Come on. Siegward, I know you're busy thinking, but could you maybe spare a little? Oh. I need that. That was important. Ah, darn. There we go. See? Once I get him in the stagger animation, it's golden. Alright. We will talk about this room shortly, but first... Come on. Thank you. Don't destroy the furniture! Oh. That was a backstab, but sure. Ah, darn! I wasn't two-handing. Ah, I forgot to switch to two-hand again. I know people love Siegward, but, sorry, he's Siegmeyer. Am I saying Siegward again? Ah, Siegward! I am Siegward of Katarina. Siegmeyer of Katarina. That's who I need to know. I know people love Siegward, but he generally doesn't seem to do anything for himself and just makes it harder for the player. I much prefer Onion Bro from Dark Souls 3. Yeah, so Siegmeyer is this game. Siegward is Dark Souls 3. But yes, it's so easy to mistake them. But yeah, Siegmeyer is loved because he's a comedy character. He exists to make you laugh. That's his purpose. I agree. Dark Souls 3 Onion Bro. He's at least useful as a character, though none of the Katarina characters really do it for me. They're not my favorite. I get it. I understand why they're loved, but they just don't do it for me. I'm a villain person, to be frank. I like my bad guys in all shapes and sizes. Dang it. Ah, dang it, didn't have the third, that third hit in. There we go. I was willing to trade there. Oh. Right, doesn't open them from this side. We gotta pull that magic again. Loki, this is the perfect opportunity to train parries. It actually is. You're not wrong. Like that. Now, not perfect, I will admit. There we go. One parry, I was able to get that off, so... Controller, don't. Alright. We don't care about going there right now because the focus is Siegmeyer's quest. Siegmeyer! I will get it right finally. There we go. You like Walls, the greatest villain in Dark Souls 1. Very true. I love Walls. Walls, the greatest villains, clearly. As we can see. Alright, let's fight in here. Away from the others. Come on, get over here. I'll try to parry you, even. There we go. There we go. Alright, next. Oh. There we go. There, happy? Happy, Scanty, I used parry. Oh, let's see. go. And he's dead. Alright! Zingmeyer! I've dealt with the foes all by myself.
Oh ho! What's on your mind, friend? Wait, you defeated those monsters?
No, he doesn't call them monsters in the Japanese, so.
This knight of Catalina hereby commends you
Again, because they're not, they're just, you know, guards.
token of my gratitude.
He just did, we dealt with those silver buddies. Now he gives us the tiny beings ring. Now I talked about this back in the first stream, the idea that it's not a tiny being per se, it's the idea of a tiny life ring, because some life or a soul that seems to be alive has been put inside the ring, and it adds more life power, which makes us have more health, HP.
Gallantry entails great risks. Next time, give me a chance to come up with a plan.
Yeah. So, how's it feel, buddy? Yeah. So, as we can see, the idea is that as a Katarina Knight, he's very proud of our bravery and valor and all that stuff, right? But he's like, hey, but you know, we should be more cautious and think about being careful. Alright, so this room. So this is the room opposite Guinevere's room, so it should come as no surprise that this room is quite obviously the Firstborn's bedroom. We can tell this by the color scheme now is red and gold instead, giving us the sense of, again, passion, war, battle, bloodshed, etc. We also see that in this area how the focus is on portraits of, or rather landscapes of Anor Londo, to concept arts of Anor Londo here. We also see a concept art of the Age Sen's Fortress over here, so a man associated with conflict and war, such as, say, a prince who was stationed here to train when he was first learning how to become a dragon slayer. Another ruin of this. Now, I don't mention this in Abyssal Archive because we can't find any concept art to confirm this, but if you ask me, this is concept art of the fortress we see where we fight the Moonlight Butterfly. You can kind of see the walkway there, so I think this was an idea of the Ulasilian ruins concept art that just didn't make it into the design works or any art book for that matter. I think that it looks pretty clear to me, just the way the general design stuff. I'm like, oh yeah, that's the Darkroot Garden thing. This would make sense, because again, it would associate the Firstborn with another fortress, a fort in Ulasil, with which he would be able to be probably have regular contact with as a god of war, and someone who wants to be in touch with the military powers in Ulasil. Even if only formally, because obviously Ulasil's a peaceful country. And finally, we of course see the giant royal guard, or this giant sentinel is not just a giant guard, as seen from his fancy garb. Now, it's all tattered and stuff, because again, concept art for stuff like this, but the idea is probably that this is supposed to be, like, again, just an example of the giant guards, giving us a sense that he's very close to the giants in the Royal Guard especially, which again makes sense for, again, a god who loves war and fighting. He's someone who'd be close to the people who would be protecting him. So again, this is the Firstborn room opposite Guinevere. As we can see in the chest here, Demon Titanite, which tells us that the Firstborn was around when the nameless blacksmith deity had died. Again, he seemed to have died in the course of being captured by someone. Wonder who. And the Firstborn was around for this, and he was around during the cleanup effort to get rid of the Titanite demons. As we can see, he keeps some of that as maybe a memento. Obviously, you can imagine that the blacksmith god would be very close to the god of war, and that these two would probably have regular exchanges, and so probably his loss was felt especially hard by Gwyn's Firstborn. Right, we want to go back up. So first we'll deal with this. Where's Gwendolyn's room? Much like Gwyn's room and the Queen's room, we do not get to see them, but we will see something that kind of serves as a replacement for that in this game here. Alright. Man, search for the illusionary room ahead message. The illusory room ahead message. I love it. Okay, sure, if you're gonna do that. Now, believe me, I appreciate it, but those iron spears are slow for how close we are. The Firstborn liked boss weapons, that's why the Demon Titanite! He's like, listen, I know you're dead and all, but can you make me another legendary weapon of worthy of the gods by chance? with your soul in your rock. Now, of course, as the Dark Moon Nidus was telling us earlier, Anor Londo is abandoned. There are no gods here, just the Silver Knights. Again, this is part of the question of if the Silver Knights count as gods or if they're just medials. Oh. Oh. Oh, okay, sure. I swear, their ability to just turn on the fly is amazing. So Smo shares his room. You guys are amazing. I love it. Alright, we're gonna go up here. We don't have to worry about, anything else but that Silver Knight with the spear. I think I can parry him, right? So I should be able to do this. You didn't even make the sound! How am I supposed to know? Oh. That's awkward. That's awkward! I can't parry you all day. Woo. I swear if the bow archer starts like shooting at that moment, I'd be just like, okay, I'm done. Oh. Yeah, that's not gonna work. Oh. Oh! You went around. I see. You guys decide to flank me. Okay, fine. We're gonna deal with them one at a time. All of this so we can go upstairs. Yeah, after we clear out that room and talk about that demon, I think we're gonna call it though, because we've gone through a bunch of this. Again, I think hopefully. Come on. Come on. There we go. There we go. Thank you for making my life easier for me, bud. There we go. Just gotta get that first opportunity. Silver Knight Shield. Okay, this is the item I also want, so... Again, shield with the Silver Knights of Anor Londo, a flowing canal. I've also talked about the idea you could translate this as like grooves, and it refers to the, again, we see the undulating pattern that kind of looks like a river flow or just water. Again, referencing back to Guinevere's holy water, her blessings. The idea here is that the Silver Knights, now the Japanese is a bit more nuanced. What it says is the Silver Knights are the ones who remained in Anor Londo, and defending an illusory goddess. So it's not saying they stayed behind to defend her per se. It's just vaguely telling us that they are someone who they started at some point. They started remaining at Anor Londo, and they have been protecting a goddess who happens to be illusory. This doesn't mean that she was always illusory. This doesn't mean that they did so with the express understanding and purpose of defending her as an illusion. This just kind of tells us that they have been stayed behind, and that who they're currently protecting and have been for a little while now has been an illusion. That's very important, because it doesn't tell us that when Guinevere's gone, or when the gods leave, it has to be when the illusion happened with Guinevere and everything else going on, right? The timeline's a lot more flexible in that regard, and that's why there's been such trouble with people trying to make sense of it, because stuff like this can cause contradictions in the way you set everything up. We'll talk about that more when we get further in with next stream, because again, we'll deal with the mimics and stuff and talk about that. On when exactly did the gods abandon Anor Londo, and why? Well, the surrounding question of why, which we will building up as we go through the final Lord bosses and all that. So again, let's finish off with this guy here, talk about the lore of this room, and we'll be done. Oh, okay. Sure. Okay. Oh, that was too early. Okay, yeah, too early. I can definitely parry him, though. I just need to get my act together. Oh my god, way too early. And that's too late. Oh. There we go. I demand my sound effect! Ree! Where is my victory on the parry sound effect? Bad game design! Ree! No feedback! Alright, so we'll get the item here. Yeah, sadly you always aggro that Silver Knight by the stairs. Unfortunate. So we got ourselves the soul of a hero. Guess we're not the first one to break in like Sigurd. Now, as we can see here, here's a Titanite demon in the room. That's weird, because as we already established, they've been killing the Titanite demons, and who they don't kill, they capture and send to Sen's Fortress to be a part of the trials. So what's this guy doing here? Now, obviously, there's a question of, after the blacksmith god died, not all the slabs became Titanite demons, as we can collect slabs for ourselves throughout all the games. On top of that, there's the notion that not only is it not all the slabs became the demons as a result of his curse of his soul that's connected to the others, this doesn't necessarily mean they all arose at the same time, just that it probably all happened around the same time, right? So there was probably a period where we're like, oh, this one pops up, and then this one pops up. It wasn't like, okay, they all instantly, all of these specific slabs popped up at once, right? It was probably much more of a staggered event. So we can imagine that this happened a little later compared to the others when they were cleaning up the surge in Titanite demons. So here's the question, why was a slab in this room? And why has it not been dealt with since? Well, maybe it hasn't been dealt with since because the gods left by this point. Okay, so the gods were around when the Titanite demons were being killed the first time, which makes sense, right? You don't want to have your city prowling with all these monsters while everyone's living in it, right? So of course they're going to deal with them then, but once all the gods have left, what's the point? This one can be stuck in this room doing whatever it wants, because, again, the city's abandoned. The more important detail, though, is pay attention. A bunch of pews lined up, almost like a chapel, with an altar there. There's 2 chairs on either side with some little smaller tables right in front of them. And on the back behind them, we see a red and gold banner and a green and gold banner. Now, you may notice, both in the way that these banners are set up with these chairs and things like that, along with the color scheme, that this reflects Guinevere and the Firstborn's room. So, if Guinevere and the Firstborn were the ones who sat in these chairs, which makes sense, they presided, this tells us that both the Firstborn and Guinevere were present while a slab was in this room. Why was a slab here? Most likely on the altar. Very likely as part of a funeral. Now, you have to understand a Japanese wake. You've probably seen it if you've seen enough anime, but at a Japanese wake, you will of course see lines and lines of rows of people who all sit down and stuff, right? Doing the mourning, one by one, coming up and all that. But what you'll see is that usually there's a coffin or something for the dead or what have you, or if absent that, there'll at least be some form of kind of altar table where they put a portrait of the deceased for you to look at. Now, obviously, this is medieval times. Not everyone's going to get a portrait, especially if you're just a smith. Even if he's a god, he's not royalty or anything, so he's not going to necessarily have a portrait commissioned for himself, especially if he's, say, a smith who's really into just smithing and nothing else. He doesn't care for all that social trivialities. Maybe picky up on who I'm talking about there. But the point is that the blacksmith god very likely did have a picture, so in lieu of that, they used one of his slabs to represent him and stand in for his funeral. This is the wake which happened. Now, it seems clearly that while his wake was still in the middle of occurring, that's when we also have the Titanite demon showing up, so the gods are dealing with that. And then soon after, the gods ended up abandoning Anne Orlando in total, despite them getting this demon population under control. This slab also turned into a Titanite demon, and now we see him there. So yeah, that's the last thing I wanted to talk about, and we're going to close things out here for the time being. Thank you, everyone who showed up. Again, you can check links in the description if you're interested in buying my book. If you want to hear more about the lore, of course, we have the entire playlist. You can check in my channel. Feel free to like and subscribe. I gotta do the grift, so please do so. It really helps support the channel and helps me get more content out to you guys, understanding the algorithm, and hopefully having new videos I can show beyond just the live stream. So, okay, everybody, thank you so much for dealing with me through all of these difficulties on the technical side. I will try to get this this controller replaced as soon as possible. Probably not gonna happen tomorrow because, you know, Christmas and all that. Not really the time for getting new things day of, right? So we'll see. Anyway, thanks so much, everybody. Bye-bye. Gotta rest again. No, wait, no. Bye-bye.